Good evening, everybody. We are ready for what might be our final episode of Tyranny. I'm not basing this off of the strongest evidence. Basically, actually, sorry. I seem to be doing update. Well, you know what? If these don't interfere with the stream, I'm not going to mess with it. I just noticed that I have an update going on in the background for Mech Warrior 5, and it didn't seem to be done yet, but... Oh, hang on. Yeah, we're going to pause that. Okay, anyways. Basing this off of a... just sort of the general tenor of the reviews and the reaction to the game, which seems to indicate that it maybe ends a little abruptly, which I'm personally not feeling right now, but that means very little because I'm not at the end yet. In fact, if anything, based off of the achievements, I have a whole other act to go through, and so if the act's only a couple of missions, I think that might be where that's coming from. And in the end, an abrupt ending isn't as big of a deal as much as, say, an unsatisfying ending. Oh, interesting. Sorry, I just noticed an update for Cultist Simulator, which I did not realize that Cultist Simulator was affected by the Unity security update. Cool. Sorry, I'm just noticing a couple things here. So, yeah. So, anyways, largely based off of the fact that there is a, there are feelings about the, how do I put this? Like feelings about the ending. I'm making a guess here that we're close to it, and so drawing from that, I need to allow for the possibility that the game will be finished soon. Sorry, I've been distracted by a couple of things, so I'm going to jump into the game, and hopefully that will spare me the the distractions. Although maybe one thing I should go through would be just to note the achievements that we got from the last playthrough. So let me just bring back Steam real quick. So we've got Exarch, Act 2, issue an edict from the Mountain Spire establishing yourself as an Exarch, a potential Archon. Look on my works, ye mighty, construct an upgrade on every spire. Made to be broken, break all of Kairos' edicts. Notably, 8% of players have this achievement, so I don't know if this is... I don't know if this is a proxy for the number of players who've got through the game. I will note that Exarch Act 2 is actually 17%. So it's rather funny just because I really did feel that I was sort of pushed towards doing certain things. I felt that the only real option was to break the edicts. Like, so for instance, I was definitely at a point where I didn't want to poison the land in the Stone Sea, but I also didn't really feel like there were any alternatives. The game sort of really seemed to push me towards a certain outcome there, which maybe is based on some of my previous decisions is exactly the case, but that's one I should maybe review through the wikis. And then all you survey gain control of every spire. 15.7% of players have this achievement. Again, a bit of an odd one for me, because if 17% of players have gotten to the end of Act 2 but don't have every spire, I don't know. There definitely seem to be paths that I am unfamiliar with in this game. What are some of the others? Okay, yeah, we've got a few others here. All right. But the big development for us, of course, is being summoned to Tunon's court. And then I had said previously that Graven Ash commanded me to go to him, and I decided there's a couple of ways that I can handle that situation. One, I can go to Tunon because I report to him. I'm, accountable to him. But two, by delaying going to Graven Ash also sort of establishes the fact that I am not actually at his beck and call. That, I'm trying as much as I can not to be overtly disrespectful, while also maintaining that, I am not your servant, particularly in light of this new information from Kairos. So, let's do the recap. So in terms of the biography, we have... Well, actually, okay, here's what I'll do. Let's establish some context with the biography, but this hasn't changed from the very beginning of the game. So, public speaking is nothing new to me, though I must admit the stakes are now significantly higher than my usual pleasantries. One could argue that service to the adjudicator is the most ambitious use of speechcraft available on Terratus. If I can use rhetoric and persuasion to convince Tunon that I'm an asset to the court, I might live to retirement if I'm lucky. Conquest. Between the rigorous training, the broad education, the constant oversight by the adjudicator, my colleagues, and sensing Bleden Mark lurking in every corner all the while, the life of a Fatebinder is harder life than most would expect. I think Tunon does that to his students intentionally, to keep us anxious, guessing, and competitive. Even if we are some of the most respected folk in the Empire, Tunon likes to keep us humble. Like is too strong a word for whatever pale imitation of emotion lurks behind his inscrutable mask. I've gotten this far with Tunon's confidence. Let's see how much farther I can go. Tunon has awarded me an unheard-of honor, the opportunity to accompany Kairos' forces on the campaign south. He says that I am to represent Kairos' law in the savage frontier and pave the way for his civilizing hand. I'll have some military authority at my disposal, but Graven Ash and the voices of Nerat will be the architects of this conquest. Mostly, I'll be there to observe the wartime operations and settle any disagreements as they arrive. I know that the Southerners will only accept Kairos' peace kicking and screaming, so here's to hoping I can make the transition a smooth one for us all. In 48 TR, we won an early victory against a border garrison, setting a glorious tone for the war to come. Disfavored morale was as high as I'd ever seen it. Setting out ahead of the army, I arrived in the bastard city and kept a low profile. The help of a well-connected local gave me exactly what I needed to prepare the city's downfall. With the army on the horizon, I helped the bastard city fall from the inside. I convinced the locals to take up arms in the name of Kairos, forming a Scarlet Chorus gang out of the downtrodden. Separating from the chain of command and worming my way behind enemy lines tested me raw, but I lived to see the bastard city fall. This was an important victory, hopefully the first of many. Now that Tunon has established his court in the vacant throne room and summoned all the other Fatebinders, he's sending me to accompany the army while he tidies up his new city. The army is heading for Lethian's Crossing, and I will follow. Tunon places great emphasis on this location, as he wants the Forgebound to make a permanent settlement here. Iron production will make or break this war, as he's fond of telling me. I'll keep an eye on the forges and make sure everything moves at an appropriate pace. I became the de facto governor of Lethian's Crossing in 429 TR, and increasing the production of iron fell to me. I repurposed some Scarlet Chorus refugees to the backbreaking effort of hauling ore for the Forgebound. The presence of iron raised some tensions. When high-ranking officers bribed me for forge-bound weapons, I punished both of them for their impertinence. I am the law. After a dust-up with the Bronze Brotherhood injured a forge-bound smith, I kicked the inept mercenaries out of Lethian's Crossing and granted the disfavored the honor of governance. Who would have thought that iron production would give us this much trouble? This is why Kairos doesn't deal with mercenaries. Better that a force more sensible and organized than the Bronze Brotherhood command this city, which really amounts to anyone but the Bronze Brotherhood. Now that I've done what I can to stabilize our iron production, I'm shrugging off the mantle of governor and moving on to the last stretch of our conquest. A small detachment of soldiers is making for the Vellum Citadel, a sprawling repository of lore that is so forbidden it would leave Tunon gasping on the floor if he read as much as a shopping list dredged from its stacks. I can't help but find my curiosity piqued at what or who I might find there. The sages are said to be more intimidating than they appear, but I suspect that they'll see the wisdom of surrender. In 430 TR, I joined a military detachment to capture the knowledge and resources of the Vellum Citadel. When the sages attacked, I ordered the Scarlet Chorus to risk their lives in battle, giving the disfavored an opening to retreat. All of that knowledge housed in the Citadel, and we weren't allowed to read a word. A fight broke out after the Scarlet Chorus attempted to rescue books from a bonfire. I ordered scrolls given to the Chorus as a rightful plunder. After the campaign grew divisive and the armies fractured, Kairos granted me the honor of proclaiming the Edict of Fire on the Vellum Citadel. I warned the sages in advance, giving them a final opportunity to surrender or prepare before laying waste to the library fortress. The siege we brought against the meddlesome spellcasters took out more of our small detachment than we had to offer. Tunon may never forgive the setback in our campaign, much less the expenditure of effort it took to force the last of the sages into submission. The Vellum Citadel is now known as the Burning Library. The forbidden lore of the School of Ink and Quill now fuels a victory pyre. Though the sages never formally surrendered, they have been shattered and made irrelevant. Some small solace there. I turn from this troubling chapter of the campaign and orient towards the Bastard City, where my duties in Tunon's court await. I often find my mind wandering from the conquest and indeed my own responsibilities. Proclaiming an edict was truly the pinnacle of my achievement during this extended campaign, and it troubles me that I must return to my regular duties after indulging in such power. For a moment, I was the voice and will of the Overlord manifested in this lawless frontier. I felt the power of absolute authority pour from my lips and judge the masses on a scale that not even Tunon may fully appreciate. I know that I have been instrumental in steering the events of this war. I wonder if it is, perhaps, too soon to let myself think about the spoils, the accolades, and the welcome return home. Such things will have to wait a little longer. I return to the Bastard City to take my place in Tunon's court. The Overlord's conquest is finally over, but much work remains to bring Kairos' peace to the rabble of the Tears. The other Fatebinders assign me light duty so that I might convalesce from my ordeals. Channeling the Overlord's power while proclaiming an edict has sapped much of my strength. I am fortunate that I survived the experience. Rumors reach the court of unrest in the Tears. I am not privy to my Lord Tunon's council, but I can tell that he is troubled by the increasing tension between the disfavored and Scarlet Chorus armies. Eventually, he must decide which Archon will become governor of the Tears. I fear that his methodical deliberations will only inflame Kairos' soldiers against each other. It is proving harder to quell the spirits of these Tearsmen than we initially thought. There is a streak of animal stubbornness inherent in their nature that makes them resist the demands of Kairos' law. Rebellion. The garrisons at Vendrian's Well were slaughtered in the night in a treacherous attack. A group of Tearsmen violated their oaths of surrender and now claim independence from Kairos' rule. The Archons clamor for vengeance, each demanding the right to crush this rebellion. My Lord Tunon receives word from the Overlord. Both armies will be sent to eliminate the Oathbreakers. I almost feel pity for these Tearsmen. They have no notion of the doom that will fall upon them. It has been several spans since the armies arrived at Vendrian's Well, and still no word of the victory. The Archons bicker like dogs over a bone, and my Lord Tunon grows weary at the constant stream of missives from each army. I heard Fatebinders Callio and Novel speaking. They believe that Tunon will apply to Kairos for the authority to bring the Archons to heel. It will be amusing to hear Ash and Narat howl as they face the Adjudicator's judgment. Word has come. Once again, I am chosen to bear Kairos' edict. Few Fatebinders have survived proclaiming a single edict, let alone two, and none have proclaimed a second edict so soon after their first. I set out for Vendrian's Well in the morning. I can only hope I have the strength for what is to come. Fast forwarding a bit, we have two quests. Final Judgment. Graven Ash has called all that's Call to Arms. Well, okay. Call to Arms, Graven Ash has called all disfavored forces back to Iron Hearth to regroup before making a final push into Cacophony to defeat the voices of Narat. Although you have declared yourself an Archon, Graven Ash has still summoned you to meet with him at Iron Hearth. And Final Judgment. Tunon has summoned you to his court to stand trial for your actions in the Tears. Travel to Tunon's court in the Bastard City. Right, and then we had Leaden Mark. I will only ask once. Kid, I take it you're aware of the Overlord's latest decree. If not, let me give it to you straight. Now's a bad time to be an Archon in the Tears. Since most likely I'll be the one to cut you down, I thought I'd first explain. It's not my choice. But if it was, I would still choose to kill you. See you soon. Bloodmark, Archon of Shadows, and Court Blade. So, my choices are to say something cordial or taunt him, so. My dearest Mark, I must sincerely thank you for the forward warning. Please know that I have indeed taken your words to heart, and as such return the following reply. Certainly, I would not expect you to follow me without first testing my mettle. If we must slay each other, so be it. I respect your prowess and will stand my ground if a duel is what you desire. But I would ask that you consider instead pledging your blade to me rather than aiming it for my throat. Does Kairos' decree insist that we kill each other, or merely that one should best the others? Warm regards, Solon. Okay, I can definitely accept sending that to Bledden, although I still don't think he'll like me for it. I think he will react more to taunt the Archon of Shadows. Mark, I'm sorry, who are you again? Oh right, that creepy guy who stares at people from the shadows. If you want to say hello, just come and talk to me already. I should thank Kairos, as the Overlord has finally unburdened me of the need to treat you like anything more than what you are. A sad little sociopath who will soon be gasping for his last breath at the end of my weapon. Did your predilection for children turn even the cast metal stomach of the chorus? I've often wondered what crime Tunon must have on you to keep you on such a short leash. Of course, short leashes are ideal if the servant only serves to lick the master's feet. Sharpen your blades, freak. I'm coming for you. Because let's face it, you can't come for me before you're ordered to, can't you? That's needlessly provocative. So I don't think he will like it, but we will send, my dearest Mark, I must sincerely thank you for the forward warning. Please know that I have indeed taken your words to heart, and such return with the following in reply. How you doing, K-Money? Good to see you. We are probably at the end of Tyranny. I'm really looking forward to this. Thank you, by the way, for some of the stuff you were talking about in terms of the influences for Shadowrun. That was I really appreciated that, because obviously, you know, I'm excited for traveling at night, but it was particularly fun to know that that Shadowrun was a point of inspiration. So it was nice to kind of hear from someone so directly connected to it to hear a little bit more about the background. I don't know if you have started your Hades 2 streams yet, but for the benefit of anybody who's watching this with a chat replay, or anybody who's in the stream right now, K-Money, 38,000th of his name, is a broadcaster now, in addition to being a very friendly chatter, somebody who does work in the games industry, and okay, yes, so is specifically working on combat design right now, although if you look at the full resume, you will see some really good games, by the way. But in this case, I think probably I don't think combat design has been your only focus so far as I can tell. I think you've had a range of responsibilities across a few different, I don't know if it's right to say disciplines, because design feels to be the discipline, but I think, you know, what you did, I think just reducing what you did to the epilogue for Hong Kong feels wrong. I think lead design was your official title on that. Anyways, for the benefit of those who are there, in addition to being a fun stream to watch for various reasons, K-Money is a game developer, and so if you are interested in some of the, I don't know, I kind of like to compare this to almost like watching your favorite hockey team sort of practice or something like that. If you kind of want to see a little bit about how the work, Content AI Combat is the short. Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, if you kind of want to see some of the decisions that go in this, there's a few different ways that this can manifest in terms of in terms of other fields outside of gaming. So if you're a movie buff who likes director's commentary or making of, or if you know, again, the sports analogy works, you know, watching your favorite team practice, or if you're just kind of interested in seeing someone who is quite good at what they do, just think about something that maybe you don't even realize is or isn't a problem. You don't always get a chance to see someone who does it at the level that K-Money does. Now, I will say I've not actually seen the design-oriented broadcast, but I do know a bit of what he's worked on, and I've had the pleasure of hearing him talk about game design in other contexts. But What I will say, I know some of you are aspiring game developers out there, so that's a second reason to watch it. And then the other reason is I never would have seen Wizardry 7 and its mods had I not visited. So do check out the channel. Anyway, sorry, I think I need to finish the letter here. So certainly I would not expect you to follow me without first testing my mettle. If we must slay each other, so be it. I respect your prowess and will stand my ground if a duel is what you desire. But I would ask that you consider instead pledging your blade to me, rather than aiming it for my throat. Does Kairos' decree insist that we kill each other, or merely that one should best the other? Warm regards, so on. Now, I actually picked this one too, because while the game probably won't treat it this way, I think there's more than a little sarcasm to to the text here. So I wouldn't want to necessarily be provocative, but I absolutely want to have that. I want to have that degree of, oh yeah, no, totally. I'll fascinating. So apparently I can declare edicts in other regions. Oh wow, we could just go straight to Cacophony. Interesting. But yeah, we will go to the Bastard City. It will take you 1 day, 17 hours, 45 minutes to complete your journey from the Mountain Spire in Vendrian's Well to Tunon's Court. Kid, if I haven't said it before, I'll say it now. I'm going to enjoy killing you. Can't wait for the execution order. I'm anticipating your arrival at the court. Don't snuff the lights. Leaden Mark, Archon of Shadows, and Court Blade. Face Tunon's judgment. Stand before Tunon in his court in the Bastard City and explain your actions in the tears. No more proceedings will be held for, nobles today. This court is closed. This is an outrage! We demand to be heard! This decree is not subject to deliberation. The officers will escort you all out.
Fatebinder, thank you for answering my summons. This could very well be the defining hour of the conquest.
Bow to Tunon.
I first want to make it clear why we've assembled today. After the collapse of Vendrian's Well and the start of the Civil War, it became clear to me that there must have been some great fault on the part of the Archons. We come together to root out the source of our troubles and determine which of the Archons has sowed more chaos during the war.
I think the answer to that question is obvious, Adjudicator. Giving voice to it here is but a formality to confirm what we already know. Tunon turns to aim what you can only assume is a stern look. He refocuses back onto you with cool stoicism.
Much has happened since I dispatched you on that mission. With Kairos' mandate that only one Archon may rule the tiers, the verdict is now more important than ever. We cannot allow this conquest to descend into total anarchy. You backed Graven Ash and his disfavored army at the start of the Civil War. I know that you must have been torn in your decision, but I assure you that your loyalty to the Archon isn't in question here. Only your findings will be weighed with their due importance.
So our options are: the disfavored are more than an army to me, Your Honor. Ash is not an easy man to follow, but I lent my strength to his cause. What would you know of me, Your Honor? Yes, I do not want to necessarily show too much alignment with any aside here. I'm definitely want to highlight my loyalty, at least as far as someone who's sort of becoming his own individual power. I definitely want this to be about my assignment. What would you know of me, Your Honor?
In your professional and objective opinion, Which of the two Archons is guilty of sowing the most chaos in the tiers?
The voices of Narat, Archon of Secrets.
And so the charges are declared. I'm confident you've come with prepared arguments and research, as is expected of your station.
I won't stand here and patiently sit through baseless accusation.
In accordance to Kairos' legal custom, you will state the crimes against the Archon and offer up your evidence. The court will weigh your claims on their merits.
So the one thing I am worried about this is that definitely we got a lot more evidence against Ash than the voices of Narat. So I don't know if it's a foregone conclusion that whoever you pick gets executed.
I would encourage you to make as many claims as possible. Bringing charges against an Archon is no small matter. They are not accountable to Kairos' laws with the same rigidity as an average citizen, so it may be more difficult to justify their guilt.
Understood. I won't withhold any legitimate claims from the court.
Provided that you have the evidence to back them, of course. To make a claim lacking evidence will only harm your case in the court's eyes. Is this understood?
Yes, I will back up my accusations with hard facts. You no doubt recall the categories of infraction to which the Archons may be held liable. They are sedition, incompetence, war crimes, and the hoarding of forbidden knowledge. Romulus looks to you. It's not every day that we are called upon to determine guilt on such a scale. Tread lightly.
Then we are ready to begin. State your claims, Fatebinder. You may proceed at your own pace.
I accuse the Archon of sedition most foul. Sedition, no small matter to weigh against an Archon, but if you believe the voices of Narat has colluded with the enemy, then have on. Present your case, Fatebinder. We've got a few here, but under the voices' orders, Huracan Braun smuggled iron weapons to the Vendrian Guard. Then the Archon of Secrets' treachery runs deeper than even I imagined. I fear this news harms the very foundation of our offensive. Thank you for delivering it to our attention. Do you have further evidence supporting the claim of sedition? The voices of Narat gave disfavored battle plans to the stalwart defenders. As if any credible evidence could be dredged up from that junk heap of a realm. Whatever you found is probably so smeared or torn as to be illegible. You found evidence of such a crime? Shocking that the Archon of Secrets would allow any trace to fall into wayward hands, but Stalwart is far from the Archon's reach. Simply fascinating. Do you have further evidence supporting your claims of sedition? The Scarlet Chorus aided the Unbroken during the Civil War. I found disfavored patrol routes on an enemy body, delivered by Chorus agents. The Chorus gang boss swallows as you present the evidence, and glances up at Tunon with mounting anxiety. Documentation is rare indeed in a time of war, where confusion and disorder reign. The court accepts this evidence of collusion. Do you have further evidence supporting the claim of sedition? I make no more claims of sedition, Your Honor. So, there's one thing I'm not so clear on. When it says if you make a claim without evidence, it counts against you. So part of me just kind of wants to, I think, what do they call this? Mowing the lawn in terms of the dialogue. But the thing is that I actually don't remember evidence of incompetence. So I'm going to do this just by going through the checklist. But I am actually willing to reload on this one if it ultimately hurts the case. But again, we still don't know if the voices of Narat can escape this. The Archon is guilty of incompetence, Your Honor. The voices of Narat has suffered charges of incompetence in the past, but always proved himself a capable leader and a brilliant strategist. I'm curious if your evidence will prove otherwise. Go on, Fatebinder. The court's attention is yours. Oh, interesting. All right. At the burning library, the censor twisted her mission into a sick game. Mighty Tunon, I was under the impression that an Archon could direct their forces as they saw fit, and that a game was as good as any expedition if it got the job done. Not when valuable wartime resources are at stake, and the Archon stood to lose troops for needless entertainment. Overruled. Kairos takes the knowledge of the Vellum Citadel quite seriously, as do I. If one of the Voice's officers reduce their orders to a source of amusement, that reflects poorly on the Archon. Have you any other claims of incompetence? I'm finished arguing for incompetence, Your Honor. We should return to the matter of the charges. The Archon has perpetrated vile acts during his campaign. I accuse him of war crimes. The Voices of Nerat has a tendency to interpret Kairos' laws as he desires, but I hope this practice hasn't spun out of control. Tell me of these war crimes, Fatebinder. Jagged Remedy was conscripting from the Unbroken when his forces were forbidden from the region, an infraction on the stalwart territory to which Graven Ash placed his claim. This shows some disregard for the disfavored operation. Do any other war crimes come to mind? The Scarlet Chorus attempted to bribe me for iron weapons during the Haven campaign. Yes, and the disfavored are blameless in this accusation, are they? He points at Albatronus. Ask her to justify the Legion's guilt. Tunon simply stares at Bloodmulch until silence returns to the court. I do not take the attempted corruption of a Fatebinder lightly. The Scarlet Chorus should have known that this would come to light. Even in their schemes, they are short-sighted. Do any other war crimes come to mind? I found a log of the interrogations and tortures of one Foul Murmur. He recorded vile acts with disfavored prisoners from before the war. Disgusting! Nothing less than the full brunt of Justice's hammer will avenge my countrymen. Albatroness shakes her head. Murmur's grasp on literacy is uncertain at best. The man couldn't remember the date of his own birth, much less the date of an interrogation. Bloodmulch trails off as Tunon stares him down. Shocking. More so than the acts themselves, their brazen disregard for peace, as if the Archon himself mocks us from afar. Do any other war crimes come to mind? I have exhausted my evidence of war crimes, Your Honor. Very well. Have you another charge to levy against the Archon? The Archon is guilty of hoarding forbidden knowledge. A difficult truth to bring to light. The fact remains that Kairos is the keeper of wisdom across Terratus, and there are avenues of study denied us under her immutable law. If the Archon of Secrets treats this conquest as an opportunity to pillage forbidden knowledge towards his own ends, then that is worthy of the court's attention. Make your case, Fatebinder. The censor sought to claim the silent archive for the Voices of Nerat. Kairos proclaimed the Edict of Fire for good reason. The sages would not relinquish their dangerous knowledge. Claiming the silent archive is an obvious transgression of the Overlord's authority. There's no telling how many recruits were exposed to dangerous lore and will require immediate execution. I will, by the way, note that I believe I have the silent archive equipped on my character right now. I do enjoy this image of the Fatebinder just holding this like highly illegal scroll while making his case against the Voices of Nerat. And I'm sorry because this is totally inappropriate for the tone of the moment right now. I wouldn't worry over much, Great Adjudicator. I'm sure the censor picked only the most dim and illiterate swine for the task, not that what you'd call bookish types. Unless you can personally vouch for every single recruit who entered the library, it will be up to the court's discretion to decide the magnitude of guilt. Oh, sorry, that's totally a different character. So, unless you can personally vouch for every single recruit who entered the library, it will be up to the court's discretion to decide the magnitude of guilt. Callio nods up to Tunon. Can you voice further evidence that the Archon hoarded forbidden knowledge? I have submitted enough evidence for this charge, Your Honor. Then unless there is anything further, let us return to the matter of the other charges. I have made my case to the best of my abilities, Your Honor.
Very well. I have weighed your evidence against the charges. The Court of Tunon the Adjudicator, Archon of Justice, and Counsel to Kairos the Overlord finds the voices of Nerat guilty of sowing chaos, flaunting his authority, and using a time of war to advance his own twisted ambition. The sentence is death.
What mockery of a process is this? The charges are all fabrications against my master, and I won't hear of it. The Court of Tunon has ruled, you overripe pustule. I suggest that you hold your tongue.
In accordance with Kairos' laws, the court headsman will deliver the verdict and its consequences to our former colleague. I summon Blood and Mark to appear.
Tunon bangs his gavel on the floor. Shadows billow and flare ominously, thicker than blood and deathly, seeping and gnashing, eating at the throne room from the farthest edges in, closer and closer, creeping still, until finally for a single held breath even the air goes black, and the light has been swallowed. And then there is light again, and Leaden Mark, the Archon assassin, standing before you, shrouded in shades and daggers and death, and with white teeth flashing in his mouth as he laughs. Kid, Adjudicator. He regards you each, eyes two coals that burn as he speaks. And who will this blade be cutting today? The usual? Or someone new? You're to execute the Archon of Secrets, the voices of Nerat. A brow raised, the assassin flicks his gaze to Tunon. Been a while since I snuffed an Archon. Could be a tall order. Might take me longer than last time. He smiles, but it's a chilling look. Something from a nightmare. Unless maybe the kid wants a stab at it? Oh, this is an interesting one. Sure, I can take a stab at it. Now, see, that's what I like about you, kid. You're so malleable. He tips his head to you in farewell and amusement, flourishing a shadowy dagger between his fingers. Don't get yourself killed, or I'll have to clean up after you.
The court has greater need of legal minds than it does of headsmen, but I will allow this predisposition of yours as long as it doesn't conflict with your duties. Deliver this writ to the guilty, and execute them with the court's approval. First, there is the matter of the petitioner who so blindly followed their corrupt and reprobate master.
The adjudicator turns attention to the disfavored and Scarlet Chorus petitioners. Even through his stoic mask, the intensity of his gaze is evident. What can I do for you, mighty Tunon? Bloodmulch winces and takes a cautious step back.
Given the court's findings, I judge you guilty by association with the voices of Nerat. As he perpetrated his crimes, you had the audacity to represent the Scarlet Chorus in this hall of law. What of his fate, student? You proved the voice's guilt. His servant is yours to dispense with as you see fit.
You should be stripped of rank and made to serve the court.
As fair and compromising as ever. Nunaval, escort this one from the court. The time for discipline and reintegration will come after our business is concluded.
Return once your duties are completed and the Archon is dead. There is more still to resolve before this conflict reaches a satisfactory end. Tunon regards you with an intense, emotionless stare. Do not dally. I was really not expecting the option to fight the voices of Nerat. I suspect I'm going to regret this because, like, combat is not necessarily my favorite feature of this, but it feels like a great, like, dramatic ending, right? Oh, crap! I forgot I was also supposed to talk to Barrick and Lantry, so maybe we'll do that before we follow up. So one of the big appeals for this game for me is definitely the fact that you get to play sort of the Bronze Age Judge Dredd, like you're one of the you're one of the fate binders in Tunon's court. So the idea, like I'm sorry, I really can't remember, K-Money, if you've played this or not, but just for the benefit of anybody who's not familiar with this, the Archons that you most directly interact with in sort of the opening of the game and sort of get to pick allegiance with, or that might be a little too far because you don't exactly choose the allegiance with Tunon, but basically you've got the Voices of Nerat, Master of Secrets, and sort of Master Strategist, who in normal circumstances, I would actually find the more compelling character. So I guess I'd put it to you this way, right? You can have like a 4-star general who's like, used to be an army ranger, moved up the ranks, and like now leads the army. Or you can have, the top general who's like the head of an intelligence agency. They're both military figures. They're both, serving a very important role. But obviously one will appeal a little bit more to me than another. And again, this isn't even a question of intelligence, right? So when you have someone like James Mattis, who, had this incredibly large library that he took with him to deployments, and by the way, not exclusive to him, right? You've also got like H.R. McMaster and people like that. But yeah, it's just, to me, like, if he were portrayed in a different way, I sort of feel my particular sets of interests would line up more with the Voices of Nerat. But in this case here, the stability and sort of the elite of the disfavored was one that appealed to me more. But out of the three of them, right, the great general, the master, strategist, and the spy master, basically, or the Archon of Justice, this iron-masked figure, ruthlessly dispensing justice, like you can almost imagine sort of like some Ethereum smart contract of a justice system, right? Like that would be, this was kind of the most appealing to me because of both the positives and negatives, right? There is something to be said for the and by the way, you'll note, for those of you who've been hanging out from the start, I've definitely been I've definitely stretched the limits in terms of the law, let's say. I've definitely gone a few different ways in the game in terms of interpreting the law. And that really important part, this is true for law in the real world as far as I can tell too. Actually, sorry, I do want to get to the game, but there's actually an interesting idea here, and I think interesting at least, but I will just take a minute here to acknowledge Underwater Monk. Haven't tuned in for a while, and this chamber is much fancier than you were seeing before. Really? I don't think this room has changed. There's fewer people in it now, but anyways, good to see you, as always, Underwater Monk. One of the things I wanted to share about this idea, so whether or not this is intended inside the game or this is just the way I've been playing it, you have a legal system, right? And then there are certain penalties. And in fact, when it comes to... Oh, gotcha. Yes. No, this is definitely a very different... And actually, specifically in the context of this game, I believe this is a throne room that has now been repurposed to a... to a court. Well, I'm sorry, court of law. But yeah, so obviously there are different ranges of penalties when it comes to judgments, and judges are called on, there can be a verdict, but then there's sentencing. And in certain cases you have, at least ideally what's going to be happening here is that there's the question of guilt, but then there's also the question in terms of kind of the punishment or the penalty. And that is also important for the idea of justice, right? For the same reason that we would be horrified if we found out that like the penalty for drunk driving was like a roadside execution. You don't want, and likewise we find, too lenient sentencing to be sort of a moral outrage as well. Part of what falls to the judge is this question of how do you work out what that right number is? And what I think is particularly interesting is when you hear a lot of political discussion, there will very frequently be this discussion of things like mandatory minimums, or this idea of, what I kind of see this as is taking what it sort of is this effort for a legislature, which obviously does have a role in setting the laws, right? It's going to be Parliament that will set the laws for the nation. But there is also a role for the judiciary and the court system in that. And what's really interesting to see there, this idea of things like mandatory minimums, is effectively removing that discretion from the judiciary. It's a very, I think one of the reasons I find it so interesting is when you think of it, it's kind of a power grab in a certain way, but it's a very subtle form. I don't think a lot of people really sit down and think about that when they're reflecting on these issues. And I can completely see why, right? Because usually when you see these kinds of conversations, it will be in response to a particularly egregious example. But sorry, I just got a message from somebody about Ubisoft. But yeah, it's one of these ones that I've kind of was reflecting on a bit. I think this actually came after I read Marie Henin, who is a fairly famous Canadian defense lawyer. After I read her book, and I was definitely reflecting on that a bit. And again, I guess the thing for me is that when you have sort of an outrage from a particular event, that's going to be. Do you also think of maximum sentences as the legislature grabbing power? I don't know what you're referring. I'm sorry if I'm taking this the wrong way. I don't know if you're trying to make a joke or if there's a specific concept that you're talking about Underwater Monk, but I'm really not sure what you're saying. But yeah, I don't know. It was just one of these ones where you sort of think of it where, again, you're getting this effort for, effectively Parliament trying to take more of the decision making away from judges and putting that under their control. And so to me, in one sense, you would say that major news items would sort of be the time in which that sort of stuff is going to be top of mind. And so that's going to be where, maybe there's a flaw in the system that's been revealed or something like that. But on the other hand, you can also sort of see that that's going to be where emotions are running high. Potentially we're making decisions that are maybe not consistent with what our long-term interests would be. And so it's one that maybe, I don't know, I the more I thought about it, the more I kind of felt uncomfortable with the idea. Although, again, I think there's also that difference between if there is... clearly we don't have the same set of laws that we did from the very beginning. We do have legislation. We do have changes that are made over time. So it's not so much the idea that it needs to remain static, but it does seem to me that I guess the closer we get to trying to predetermine certain outcomes, that's where I start having a bit more pause. All right, thank you very much, K-Money. I'm sorry to go ranting for a bit because I did want to do a little more gameplay, but enjoy your pizza, and I'm sure I'll see you online. So you mentioned mandatory minimums were an example of lawmakers making decisions that judges would otherwise. Well, not exactly, right? It's constraining the set of decisions that a justice would make. So I'm wondering if you see maximum sentences the same way, because maximum sentences are more common and seen as normal. So, I mean, if you're just talking about the range of options that someone will set, like in the end, there's going to be a range of possibilities that are assigned as part of the law, right? So it's not so much I suppose where I'm trying to go with this, right, is the idea of a mandatory minimum. in this case, this is taking the discretion away from the judge. This is constraining. So you wouldn't legislate it if you didn't have some kind of like, if the constraint didn't have any teeth, you presumably wouldn't waste time putting a bill forward to change that. What I'm not trying to suggest here is that by imposing any sort of range, you're doing that, because this brings us back to the like roadside execution issue in terms of, like obviously you can have punishments that greatly exceed the what we would consider to be a just outcome. But I think the idea here, right, is you'll frequently hear the sort of, you'll frequently hear from people, oh, these unelected judges doing, X, Y, or Z. And I guess the only thing that I can say here is, based on what I know about that process and system, these are people who seem to me to know quite a bit more about the case in question, making a decision on the outcome. And I guess what I would just have to say is that if the result now is, a mandatory minimum being assigned, an option that the judge would have taken is being taken away. So I do see those as quite distinct things. And at the very least, like, I will be honest with you, I hear a lot of examples of people complaining about not guilty verdicts. That I don't like. I strongly disagree with the idea of foregone conclusions in terms of trials, right? I think those are inconsistent with I think those are much more consistent with countries that we don't see as free. But in terms of sort of complaining about, the sentence was like the upper range of the sentence was too low, I very, very rarely hear that. And I can't think of an instance in which, like, I as far as, and maybe I'm just not sufficiently educated on this, but I can't really think of an example where I've heard the idea of lowering the maximum for a particular issue beyond like just like decriminalizing something. I can't think of that ever really making the news in my memory. All right, deliver the writ of execution to the voices of Nerat. After successfully arguing a case against the voices of Nerat, Tunon has decided that the Archon of Secrets must be executed. You have chosen to deliver the execution yourself. Travel to Cacophony and deliver the writ of execution. Regards, Solon. You look as if you need something. Callio tips her head to one side, a glimmer of curiosity in her dark, discerning eyes. What could I do for you? Callio touches a gentle hand to your shoulder. You wrote that you could illuminate the darker corners of Terratus. She glances at your cadre. In a private missive, yes, there are things I won't discuss within the hearing of outside ears. I need to speak to the Fatebinder privately. I suppose it's not every conversation needs to be recorded. The sage shuffles away. The hulking man shrugs. As you wish. He takes up a position outside of hearing range, standing just shy of at attention. Suit yourself. She moves lightly away, footsteps soundless on the marble floor. A sly smile dimples her left cheek. I confess no small amount of curiosity. I peek into my share of shadows, and sometimes I scrounge up a secret. What excites your interest? I'd like to discuss the Archons and their forces. Entirely understandable given the circumstances. How can I enlighten you? So this is definitely a conversation I should have had much earlier, but why are the disfavored so obsessed over their breeding? She chuckles. Stabbing straight at the heart of it, are we? The short answer is Graven Ash and the entire tribal culture that he martyred himself to defend. That tribalism is clearly part of their strength, if not how they're bound to the Archon of War. Of course, such sentiments undermined attempts at occupying the tiers. She lowers her voice further. Were it not out of fear of the court, I'd wonder if he'd eliminate every last tiersman to establish his version of order. She straightens, crossing her arms. If you want to speak at length about the disfavored as a military force, though, I'd recommend Fatebinder Nonneval or Ash himself. Or you could always ask your friend in the bronze shell. Is there any legal legitimacy to Graven Ash's claim over the Blade Grave and the voices of Narats over the Stone Sea? That's a complicated issue. Legally, the Tears haven't been brought entirely into the fold as part of Kairos' dominion. Until they aren't fully subject to the Overlord's laws, which means that they're open to be claimed by whoever has the strength of arms to hold them. In theory, once the area has been pacified, the Overlord could carve it up and parcel it out. In practice, Kairos tends to grant governorships to those who took the land. This is how the Overlord has made many of his most substantial gains. He offers the Archons the choice to either carve out a kingdom to rule over or die. Many find that an easy choice to make. But again, that is a gross oversimplification. One could pursue the horizon for months without seeing all of the lands under Kairos, the Overlord's sway. Ultimately, Kairos is pragmatic and establishes rule as best befits a territory. How much control do the Archons have over the territory they're granted? How long are you staying in the Bastard City? There are as many answers to that question as there are Archons. Leadership has always been a matter of personal style. The way you guide your recruits differs starkly from how Rogalus commands his scribes or Nonneval drills his retainers. The same holds for our Archons. The Adjudicator's court bears little resemblance to Iron Hearth, for example, and less to Cacophony. The Overlord codifies this as the right of privilege. So long as the Archon remains loyal to the Overlord and upholds the legal code, Kairos grants them significant freedom to rule over their dominion as they see fit. As a result, some territories seem wildly different from others. They say that were you to travel the length of Terratus, you'd find yourself in a different empire every span. Only the Overlord's law unites them. In a way, our code, the court, is the blood coursing through the empire's veins. We are the order that makes civilization possible. I've heard tell over time that an Archon's relationship to their territory can grow deeper than we imagine. The line between them and their land blurs. Rogalus is partial to the story of Morimus of the Mire, but look at Cairn and the Stone Sea. Lingering edicts aren't exactly rare, and they shape the land even as the Archon administrators do, and even as the lands shape the Archons. Taken together, it's all rather muddled. What makes Archons different from other magicians? Isn't that a question better suited to our esteemed Fatebinder Rogalus? She smirks. Since you're asking me, I assume you want a practical answer than an academic lecture. My thoughts? Magicians merely imitate. They take the Archon sigils, study them for secrets, tweak and twist them, experiment with them, and commit the various forms they can take to memory. Throughout practice, they learn to perform specific and discrete effects. Archons, however, have neither such recourse nor similar limitation. Their power comes from within, not some external template. Each Archon manifests their own peculiar talents, sometimes abilities never before seen, sometimes twists on powers that have been seen in the past. Further, those abilities can change over time, becoming more potent and flexible. How does one become an Archon? What conjunction of occurrence births their abilities? From what well do they draw when they manifest their will within the world? All questions outside my purview. Perhaps Rogalus or the Adjudicator could speak more on those subjects. And of course, there's always the Archon of Song. Given the lack of discipline with which she speaks, she may be the best possible avenue for this inquiry. What abilities does Archon Tunon possess? Beyond his brilliant legal mind, peerless literacy, and unrivaled taste in robes? She emits a quiet, abbreviated chuckle. Nobody knows. The Adjudicator's most infamous abilities are his judgments, terrible sentences that carry mystical weight, from encasing an individual in a block of ice to cursing someone guilty of arson to burst into flames. The only consistent theme of his power is that he only turns his magic on entities he's declared guilty of a criminal act. But who can say if that's his choice, a limitation of the power, or some combination of both? So this kind of returns me to the point I was hoping to make a little bit earlier, which is to sort of do the contrast between Tunon and the Fatebinder, which is Tunon has this, I wouldn't argue literal. He does seem to be capable of being swayed by argument, but in this case, most of the instances seem to be very, very stern judgments and outcomes. Whereas in the case of the Fatebinder, so long as it's permitted within the law, there's a spectrum of results that I wanted to hold, and that's a contrast I wanted to highlight. So that's it? He can punish wrongdoers? She lowers her voice further, leaning in. It's been suggested. She shoots a brief glance towards Rogalus, who, involved in a scroll, misses it entirely, that the judgments are somehow related to the Overlord's declared edicts. That's because he speaks for Kairos. Archon Tunon can draw on some of that same power. I'm not saying I don't believe it, but Cairn could level mountains too if his relationship with the Overlord was never particularly cordial. Otherwise, the Archon of Justice doesn't flaunt his abilities. I've heard that he smells the presence of a criminal action on an individual. Some say he can see the final moments of a murder victim by drinking the juices of her eyes. Others claim he has an ear attuned to threshing the truth from falsehood. Of course, the Tearsmen spread the same rumor about us, she chuckles. I don't correct them either. Why do the Archons have such unusual names? Is yours so typical? She asks, palms offered, followed by a shrug. Tunon claims that his name has always been Tunon, much as he expects us to carry out our service without resorting to sobriquets or pseudonyms. Our Archon of War was only Ash before Kairos added Graven, and Cairn... She lapses into a momentary considered silence. I've always suspected that he was the Overlord's private joke. She shakes her head as if rattling the idea free. Suffice to say, when you've drawn that much attention, you're called what the Overlord calls you. If the voices of Nerat's a spy master and magician, why is his army so ragged and disorganized? She regards you in silence for a moment. I think of them as one and the same. They're all part of the same howling, gaping, hungry maw that consumes everything. The Voices is no scholar. He doesn't study to better understand the world or to find meaning in the past. He consumes knowledge because it grants him power. His mob hunts that knowledge and conveys it to him, she smirks. And frankly, thugs are easier to control in many ways than scholars. And you could always ask your Fury friend if you trust her. What exactly happened with Cairn? Her nose wrinkles slightly. On one hand, everybody knows, but on the other, nobody's really sure. She grins. Confused? So at its core, the situation was this. Cairn could barely be considered loyal to the Overlord at the best of times. He wasn't so foolish as to stand directly against Kairos, but he always did the absolute minimum necessary to avoid Blenenmark's blades. Or his withering frowns, anyway. Cairn was one Archon that Blenenmark couldn't easily kill. How do you stab a giant stone? Presumably, this is why an edict was used to end Cairn. What was the final straw? What caused him to disregard orders entirely and start rutting with the Beastmen in Azure? I don't have an answer. I'm not sure that anybody does, but I can tell you with some confidence that what finally convinced Kairos that an example needed to be made of him. He suggested that the Overlord had no claim on the Tears. Hard to say whether he said that to anyone other than Tunon and the Beasts, but that was enough. It's enough about the Archons. What's next then, my curious friend? I wanted to ask you about the rest of Terratus. I've done more than a little traveling in my role as Tunon's agents. What would you know? Besides those in the Tiers, what armies does Kairos have? That varies depending on the needs of the Empire at any given time. Right now, with the conquest of the Tiers ongoing, the Archons of War and Secrets have been given leave to aggressively recruit and field massive forces. None have all told me that the Scarlet Chorus is one of the largest gangs of miscreants to have served a single commander in recent history. Archon Ash's disfavored boast better weapons and tighter tactics than most other forces in the Overlord's dominion can field. Tunon rules the Northern Empire, and while he's at war, his lands are guarded by the Archons of Sorrow and Ruin, as well as the Archons of Frost, unless one of the sisters turned on the others. They are not on a conquest sanctioned by the Overlord, but they maintain personal armies even in times of relative peace. Beyond that, well, the Overlord has dozens of Archons, most with their own lands, armies, and magical guilds. I've not traveled the entire world myself, but I've heard of everything from phalanxes of living bronze to nearly naked archers who'd herd swarms of spiders into battle. I'll let you determine how much credence you give them, she grins. I'm partial to the spiders myself. What do you know about how he came to the court's attention? She raises an eyebrow. Have you already forgotten the ill-chosen words that thrust you among our company? Okay, this is actually kind of fun. So here are the options for some backstory building. Each dominion of Kairos has its own idiosyncratic rules of etiquette. One can't be expected to remember in what cities conflating your host's lovers with her pets will get you a laugh, and in which such will earn you a legal suit. I doubt the punishment would have been so harsh had I not refused the magistrate's amorous overtures. A word of advice: never suggest that the bane issue from a governor's buttocks in the form of iridescent flatulence, or if I'd known voicing discontent about the freedom of the tears would get me assigned to their conquest, I'd have done it earlier. Interesting. I don't speak of it anymore. Such is a kind forgetting. Frankly, I was mildly surprised when the adjudicator concurred with your argument of innocence, and more so when he offered you a place within the court. She shrugs. Perhaps he saw something in your vagabond upbringing. Perhaps he even foresaw some of what you would accomplish. What of your past? How did you become a Fatebinder? Oh, I promise you, no story is more boring than that old yarn. I insist. You know my history. Let's hear yours. You've heard it 100 times. Girl meets boy, boy plots treason, boy is dragged in front of the Archon of Justice. Girl argues for his freedom, Archon of Justice executes boy anyway but offers girl a job. Girl realizes she's much better off as a Fatebinder than a deceased dissident. Is any of that true? Very last bit, anyway. I keep hearing the terms Northern Empire and Northern Kingdom used interchangeably. That's not exactly a question, but I understand the confusion. Simply put, the Northern Kingdom was the Northern Empire before Kairos claimed it. Both names refer to the same rough geographical area from whence Archon Graven Ash hails. The difference is in the nomenclature is to distinguish when in history one is discussing. Do you know any legends from the rest of Terratus? The Fatebinder frowns. That can be a dangerous question, Solon. If you're asking after stories of Archons, great warriors, or those who have defied the Overlord, I'd direct you to Rogulus or Archon Tunon. Maybe even the voices of Nerat, if you can stomach the company. Or I'm sure your pet sage would be happy to enlighten you. I can't imagine why else you might shelter him, if not for his historical commentary. Well, that and his healing abilities. But if you seek the superstitious drivel that kingdoms tend to cling to before the Overlord comes to sweep it away in favor of order and reason, well, Kairos forbids the knowledge for a reason. I'd recommend against the pursuit of folklore on general principle. Enough about Terratus. What next, then, my curious friend? I thought you might have an interesting take on matters arcane. And you came to me, she chuckles. Don't let the Fatebinder of lore know. He'll never forgive you. What answers do you seek? What do you know about sigils and their casting? I'm a practical magician, not a theorist. If you're looking for the whys of magic, I direct you to Rogulus. You know, I'm sure that sigils are derived from personal marks of the Archons. My understanding is that it goes a bit deeper than that, and that there's something of a question about whether the Archons are stamping their will indelibly on Terratus or unearthing some hitherto unknown aspect of magic and giving shape to it. It's one of those questions that serves little pragmatic purpose. Some Archons, like occulted Jade of the Tidecasters, teach their sigils to followers, building a group of supporters. Other times, as in the case of Siren, the sigil is developed by those studying the Archon's works. In many cases, Archon Cairns for instance, it's a little of both. Most guilds guard their secrets closely, but secrets have a way of slipping free. The oldest sigils can be uncovered by those who know where to look, hidden within scrolls squirreled away in libraries or even at the larger markets. Why have we not been taught the sigils of Tunon or Bled and Mark? Noticed that, did you? She grins. I wouldn't presume to speculate on the Archon's motives, nor would I encourage you to. Quite the opposite, in fact. She taps her lip. It's probably for the best, honestly. The Court of Fatebinders elicit enough fear among the citizenry, and even among the Archons as is. More power could very well make our work more difficult rather than less. Do you know anything about the movement of the celestial sphere? She tucks a strand of hair behind her right ear. I'm no astrologist, but I have the basics. There are the stars, which seem set in the firmament to the eye, yet shift with the seasons. They serve as a constant source of superstition among those who have yet to come under the Overlord's rule. They speak of the constellations as ascended archons and mythic monsters. She grins. All very illegal. The Overlord has dictated the proper names for the asterisms and the correct method in which to interpret their movements. Terratus Grave, of course, dominates the night sky, locked in place above us as interlopers slip silently from horizon to horizon each night. But everyone knows about them. A tidecaster might be able to tell you more, were one willing to speak openly. Other phenomena exist, of course, matters less well understood. The comets, planets, and aurora, she shrugs, all beautiful and silent, useful in navigation and time measurement, and for the pale light they provide, but very little else. I'd like to pick your brain regarding lore historical. I can't claim to be a greater expert on that than Fateminder Rogulus, but I'll happily offer my perspective. How long has Kairos' conquest been going on anyway? You've been with us since the conquest of the Tiers began 4 years ago, so I assume you mean the greater unification of Terratus. She glances towards the adjudicator. Longer than any save for the Overlord and a handful of the Archons have been alive. Look to the calendar of true reckoning if you want the official answer, but between you and me, I think that's at best a starting point. At a century, maybe 2 or more. I gather that it's been a very long, very slow campaign, with the Overlord taking time to fortify and establish the Empire in each new conquered land before moving to the next. It also gives the next target time to let down its guard. The Overlord waited a full century between forcing Graven Ash to bend the knee and directing him against the Tiers. Long enough, easily, to lull the Tiersmen into a sense of false security behind their mountains. Is there anything you can tell me about the Sages? Fateminder Rogulus audibly harumphs before turning his back on the conversation. She chuckles. Besides the obvious antipathy of our compatriot holds for them, the School of Ink and Quill were an interesting bunch, not wildly different from our own order, in my opinion. Like us, they observe and study, seek knowledge and arcane power, and cultivate some of the less obvious skills that aid in those endeavors. Sages as often know as well how to pick a lock or slip undetected through a manor as they know how to craft a missive or weave a cantrip. Had they not been so fucking selfish and short-sighted, they might have made admirable allies to our cause. A sigh escapes her. The School of Ink and Quill were but for the last of the guilds, or schools, as the Tiersmen call their guilds, dedicated to recording their own little histories. Over the centuries, these local historians each met the advance of the Overlord. Some joined us, others perished. All now know Kairos' history. How do missives work exactly? Someone writes letters on a page, someone else reads them. Information passes between them. She smirks. You know what I meant. If you're asking how missives get sent from one place to another, the short answer is a combination of birds and couriers. Many cities and strongholds keep an aviary, along with birds trained to ferry messages between specific locations. I don't know the details of that training, though I understand that it's very rewarding. She smiles. Maybe something I'll take up if I live long enough to retire. Surely birds can't get everywhere. When birds won't do, it's either because the recipient has no aviary or is on the road or at the lines. Couriers run the missives from the nearest aviary to the communique's intended recipient. This is all assuming missives that aren't overly sensitive. Some missives must be hand-delivered by trusted agents, something I've been tasked with more than once. Early in the conquest of the Tiers, the Sages were tapped for similar duties. The Sages and some other magical guilds use birds specially prepared with rituals that allowed them to find the intended recipient of a missive regardless of where they were in the Tiers. All of this, though, is specific to this corner of the world. I've had some dealings with the Beastmen. Is there anything I should know about them? I know that Beastmen is the Tiers term for them. In other lands, they're called all manner of things. Wanderers, Howlers, Cavekin. That's just the near ones. They don't seem to have a name for themselves, not beyond their tribes. The Overlord doesn't even mandate a legal term for them. Actually, I've always found this a bit odd. Their status under the Overlord's law leaves some room for interpretation, enough room that it doesn't seem to be an oversight. Any advice for treating with them? She considers this for a moment. Never underestimate them. They're not stupid, but they do think differently. Everything seems so immediate, so visceral with them. It's always now, now, now. They tend towards the physical too. Intimidation often convinces them more swiftly than logic, but it's the impressive human who can impress one of the beasts. Other than that, they live in matriarchal clans, and to hear Nunnaval tell it, each clan has pretty marked physical differences from the others. Some say that they were once humans, or that humans were once them, but no serious scholar lends much credence to either. She rolls her shoulders, head cocked to the side. If you want to know more, I'd advise asking one of them. Carefully, of course. Have you ever met Fatebinder Myathis? She laughs. That old loon? Her eyes flicker to Tunon, and then Rogulus, and then finally settle back on you. Sure, she's read an edict, maybe two in her time. Left her a bit rattled, I think. She's largely retired from active service, resting on accomplishments past while ensconced in the wealth that one can accrue as an agent of the court. Guess I half assumed she died already. She was dispensing justice back in the last conquest, so she must be over 100 by now. She slips into silence, considering. It's quite enough history for the moment. What next then, my curious friend? I hoped I might get your perspective on the Overlord. A dangerous interest? What questions plagued you? What exactly is an edict? How is it that we can issue one for the Overlord? You've issued and broken them yourself. You felt that power. What do you think it was? Interesting. It felt as if I was a key unlocking a spell that was already in play. Yeah, it felt as if I was a key unlocking a spell that was already in place. So you were just the final step of the incantation. She taps her chin with long, thin fingers. Have you noticed any lingering effects? When the Edict of Execution hung over me, it was like a lash to the back. It frightened and hurt, but also empowered. She nods, scrutinizing your features, but says nothing in response. What edicts have you read? Most recently, the Edict of Stone against Cairn last year. She brushes her lower lip with her fingertip. Each word I spoke shook the land, drawing moisture from it, from me. I felt Cairn's presence as he raged through the soldiers dispatched to stop him, and I felt him weakening under my onslaught. Under the overlords, rather. Not that I'm convinced that the division existed in that moment. I was Kairos' mouthpiece, Kairos' tool. She shakes her head. I still wake with crust in my eyes. Even freshly laundered, my clothes bear a thin layer of dust. What do you think Kairos' end goal in all of this is? To win, I suspect. What form that takes, I can make some guesses, but that's all they are. Thus far, the Overlord has always had some new front to set soldiers against, some new land to conquer, and opponent to villainize. What's left when the entire world falls under your control? Do you start melting down swords into plows and devote yourself to developing the society you wanted to establish when you first set yourself to war? Do you seek out dissenters and make them the new enemy? Or do you manufacture enemies from those most likely to challenge you, as if any of those choices excludes the others? I won't pretend to know the Overlord's mind on this. I can only guess that it will be an interesting time. What is Kairos? Her head tilts to the right. The Overlord? What do you mean? From where does Kairos' power stem? Political or mystical? Not sure that you can truly separate them, I suppose. The political authority comes from the mystical force in conjunction with the military force. Where did the mystical power initially come from? How did the Overlord come to be able to issue edicts? My guess is that only one living person knows those answers, and seeking them could shorten one's life dramatically. Is Kairos human? I'm willing to gamble that Kairos is neither Beastman nor Bane, she shrugs. Beyond that, are the Archons human? Take the voices of Nerat. Can you describe that as human? She shakes her head. Even were he not a column of green flame, even if a dozen minds weren't rattling around in that bronze head of his, when you live centuries, how human can you be? Is Kairos an Archon? She lifts an eyebrow in surprise. Not in the traditional sense. To call Kairos an Archon could be seen as denigration of the Overlord, an insulting understatement of sorts. The ways Archons are to us mere humans, so is Kairos to other Archons. That's all I wanted to know for now. Feel free to return if you have other inquiries during the course of your little tour around the tiers. Farewell.
On it.
All right, we'll talk with Rogulus, and then we will catch up with my team members. Fatebinder, you return. Rogulus looks you up and down with an inscrutable expression. You look as if you have questions for me to untangle. Ask. I'm feeling generous. I'm just going to see... Okay, yeah, there's nothing new here, so...
You didn't see nothing.
Hello, MRA 6. No mark to discover. All right.
I have come to regard knowledge as a kind of curse, and I better understand the Overlord's injunctions against too much of it. In knowing why my armor clings to me, I think I began feeling it grow into me. Has it buried itself deeper within me? Or do I imagine this?
Yes, we just finished the judgment of the Voices of Narat, and he was found guilty, although we took Bledenmark's offer to deliver the killing blow.
Kairos has ordered that the Archons determine a ruler of the tiers from among themselves. This is the time to go to Archon Ash, submit to him, and beg clemency.
I now stand an equal among the Archons. Perhaps Graven Ash would be willing to release you into my service, and from his protection.
You make a well-reasoned argument. If the General is willing to release me to you, then perhaps I could be free of this armor, and serve both of you better for it. I shall follow your lead, Archon. For now.
Finishing the last pen strokes of a note running about his left arm, Lantry looks up at you with a nod.
Not to steal your glorious day in the sun, but I must say, now all my notes on you are suddenly worth 10 times their weight in iron. My journals will melt the linens off the ladies, I tell you. What's that you say? Buxom, nubile lasses with an interest in old men who know history. You need a definitive Tractatus on the trials and tribulations of the Archon of the Tears? Ha! Well, you're in luck. I think one can safely conclude that you have the Overlord's attention, and that of the Tears. Soon, all of Taratus. You realize, I trust, I hope, that nobody other than Kairos has ever cast an edict until you.
Let's take a look at our options here. So we've got, it's also safe to assume Kairos will try to solve me in some fashion. My newfound powers don't change the fact that I am loyal to Kairos, but I am likely to be perceived as a threat all the same. Happen to know when Kairos first cast an edict? Are you sure history hasn't just edited or forgotten those who could rival the Overlord? Or we'll find out soon enough. We should get going. I'm definitely going for the subterfuge option. Are you sure history hasn't just edited or forgotten those who could rival the Overlord?
Well, I have a hard time believing that someone would cast an edict and not have it noticed.
Are you that naive, or just blinded by Kairos worship?
Well, as of now, I've seen with my own eyes that the Overlord is not unique in this regard. And I suppose you're all the evidence I need to throw suspicion on the record. Now, if you are right, that implies the Overlord has no qualms silencing and murdering those who pose a threat. In your case, at least my written record of you might survive. See? I'm being optimistic.
Happen to know when Kairos first cast an edict?
Good question. In parts north, it's commonly held that Kairos' Edict of Dust was the first, but it was cast in the year 11. It was just the first edict to ripple across the whole of Taratus. If you lived somewhere that used to have antelope, you probably think that's the first edict of the Overlord. But here, the answer is given to us by the Overlord's own sense of posterity. Year 0 of Kairos' calendar is said to correspond to the day Kairos went from warlord to wearer of many crowns. A victory won when the first Edict of Storms shocked both the Cloud Barons and the realm of Medrev to capitulate.
Antelope? Is that an animal?
Yes, or it was, at least, until they were all wiped out by the Edict of Dust. Or that's as best we've pieced it together from the records. From what we've gathered from their skeletons, they were some sort of mute beastman that ran on 4 legs.
Also safe to assume that Kairos will try to solve me in some fashion.
At the same time, if you really were a meaningful threat, you'd have already been the victim of an edict, or bled in Mark's daggers. So this has me rather curious. Just what does the Overlord wish to do with you?
We'll find out soon enough. We should get going. By the way, I found something of interest in the chronicle text we discovered from Bastard's Wound. Tell me what you discovered. Despite the madness of late, I've been finding time to read further. Well, I've been cleaning up the record, so to speak, and scouring the text for more creative changes. Anyway, Lexime left lots of notes in the margins, and they led me to believe she stashed some tomes topside before she arrived at Bastard's Wound. You found a message? Explain. Back in the day, as it were, she and I had a shorthand for communicating in code. Lexime had many notes to herself written in some of the corners, and, well, I can read her scribbles. She mentions another hiding spot, but to decipher the directions exactly, I'd need a copy of Histories of Sunder revised. If my old cottage is still intact, I have a copy there. You have a cottage? I thought sages lived in the Vellum Citadel. Oh, sure, but most of us elder sages get persnickety and a long time for solitude after decades cloistered with the others. Besides, I did field study, so I was rarely expected to be anywhere at any given time. That's all I need to hear. Let's go find it. Perfect! I'll lead the way whenever you're ready. Now, I noticed that there isn't a highlight with verse, but I do get the impression that she said that she needed to talk to me at the end of last stream. So I'm going to try and talk with Lantry to see if there's any new dialogue options, and then I will also try with
Greetings,
verse.
Archon. I am nothing if not a semi-reliable font of knowledge. What did you want to discuss?
So they say sages know all sorts of things.
I know everything, except for who's been saying that. What's on your mind?
Could you teach me something about history?
I'm flattered you think me that wise, but unless you are enthralled by migration observations and titillated by triangle ratios, I think I'd bore you silly.
But what better tangent than triangles?
Ask me again when we're somewhere quiet. Maybe back at the Spire.
Interesting. Know anything about the Bane? A shame Sage Cloven Cause was reduced to a pile of ash. The man knew all that's been written on the subject. Most of what we know is summed up in the name, for the full term for them is Magebane, and there's good reason for it. They'll prey on anything that moves, but they'll show favoritism towards magically active humans. Tell me about wisps. Wisps are largely inconsequential by themselves, hardly the menace most associate with the Bane, but these glowing little creatures often follow in the wake of scourges or other larger Bane, and that can make them seem a real danger. What do you know of the scourges? Writhing masses of sharpened limbs, but quiet as a shadow. Scourges are the most frequently observed type of Bane. Not sure they're the most numerous, or just the most likely to attack. What can you tell me about Havocs? Havocs are noticeable for being territorial, and by all accounts they stick to a chosen location and lurk and lurk. If you see one, common wisdom is to run. It'll give up chase, eventually, when you find the edge of its home? Know anything about malices? Most troublesome of the Magebane are malices. Though I've never experienced it, I'm told a malice can take hold of your waking self, leave you trapped in a dream while it puppets you. If evidence of these creatures didn't predate Kairos, I'd think the Overlord the only creature powerful and cruel enough to breed the malice. Do you know where these creatures came from? They seem to breed in the old walls, or at least that's where they exist in the highest concentration, but there seems to be no social interaction amongst the Bane, and no logical mechanism of grinding their privates to make little Banes. Let's speak of something else.
I know everything, except for who's been saying that. What's on your mind?
Know anything about the Beastmen?
My knowledge is largely academic, not to be mistaken for practical.
Know their origins?
The earliest settlers made note of the Beastmen, so they were here before us, but not before the older realms. By all accounts, the tribes do not have record of a time before the old walls. So, the logical conclusion is that they arrived after the old realms, but before Five Wives.
What of the tribes?
There have been thousands of tribes throughout history. Most dissolve within a Acquireman's lifespan. The stronger females branch off and make their own tribes with tougher names. Then the King of Azure rounds you up and puts you to work. The Stone Stalkers are the most powerful of remaining tribes, thriving now that Azure has fallen. As for the rest, the old Talons of Frozen Cloud, the Trollhooks, the Kolakar, the Katvanas, the Jaw Snap, all gone, I think. And then there's the Shadow Hunters. They're all but extinct.
What do you know of their minds and mannerisms?
They are true to their names and live like beasts. Clothing and artifice seem to have little value to them, whereas rutting and killing are the reason they wake in the morning.
I can relate.
But it would be a mistake to think them stupid. Ask any tamer and they'll tell you some stories of their cunning. The beasts are wanting in patience and diplomacy, but they are a clever bunch.
Where do their loyalties rest?
You'd want to ask the authority, Sage Quillborn. She lived with the Kolakar for a few span back in 404. Some truly fascinating findings. She noted that every successful tribe has a singular female leader. It's Prima. She noted that beastmen show fluid loyalty to new matrons. They adapt well to changing leaders, but they never change the relatively simple but strict hierarchical model. Few beastmen have accepted fealty to Kairos. It would seem the notion of bowing to a person you have not seen in the flesh is insanity. This inability to bow to the Overlord will no doubt doom the species, for Kairos does not suffer such token insults.
Let's speak of something else.
I know everything.
Hey, Binder. Let me get something off my chest. Verse nods to grab your attention. I burn inside. When I dance, it's like I'm trying to let out a fire, to quench it in blood. Instead, I just end up stoking the flames. Shit, did any of that make sense? She smooths down her feathers and sides. I think I follow. I've always had such a strong connection to my Furies. That bond made me feel, I don't know exactly, like part of something. Now it feels like they're in me. They rise up when I dance, each time a little more restless. When we were going after Crocus and Irissa, I could almost hear them, like they were whispering to me, tugging from somewhere deep. And even I can't deny that all that sounds like, you know, him. She looks off into the distance. Say it, Verse. The voices of Narat. You happy now? She scowls. The thought alone that I could be anything like the voices of Narat makes me want to flay myself. She inhales deeply, chest rising, and then lets it out through her teeth in a low, prolonged hiss. The voices of Narat is a parasite. You're a predator. Now he's a parasite, sure, but that wasn't always true. Maybe it starts with a killing, but eventually you've got others doing the killing for you. Sorry, just give me a second here. That's how Archons are made, right? And Overlords? Worried about the Archon of Secrets? All the time. In the end, either he hollows you out or finds something worse to do with you. Sure, he can rip people's thoughts away, but what about the slower, more insidious stuff, like how he fashions his eyes? She shudders. I guess that's what worries me. He's already made me his eyes on you. What if he wants to make me his eye, too? If you don't want to turn into him, don't be like him. What exactly are you suggesting? The right corner of her lip twists. Force yourself to stay human. What does that even mean? You cast an Edict of Kairos. Are you still human? Is Graven Ash or Tunon for that matter? Seems to me that it's not a choice you get to make. One more thing before I call it a day, Fatebinder. What is it? After we spoke to Essa, I slipped a scout some rings to keep an eye on the place and send word if anything out of the ordinary happened. She cracks her knuckles beneath her calloused palms. Apparently, there have been some strangers lurking about. I'd like to head back to River's Break and see if we can't grab one. Maybe dig a little knowledge out of him. But not, in a directly out of the head kind of way. She frowns sheepishly. We'll make it a priority. Thanks. Who knows? Maybe we'll dig up something we can use against the Archons. Let's get moving. The war's not over yet. She nods. So, actually, I should have done this before I did the trial, just because that might have given me more evidence, but... So yeah, we definitely have a few options here. So what I'm thinking here is I will do call to arms, but I'm going to do that as part of delivering the, before effectively executing the voices of Narat. Annal Secrets. So Lantry stashed another chronicle that may clarify some of what he's read in Lexim's chronicle. Go to the stash site to find it. Sorry, I should have read the top bit first. Lantry would like to verify some suspect details in Lexim's work, help him recover other chronicles he stashed during the conquest of the Tiers. Never free, Barak has learned how to remove his armor, but he's unwilling to make the sacrifice required. If he is to escape his prison, the burden rests on you. So the way I'm thinking about this is that we can prioritize... River's Break, go to Lantry's stash site, then we go to Call to Arms, which, depending on the order in which we do things, we will render the final judgment on the voices, and then come back to be judged ourselves by Tunon. Oh man, Lantry's hideaway is so close, though. 10 hours out of the way, though. Okay, we're going to go to the Mountain Spire first. And that's because Lantry said we could talk. Your journey is interrupted by a messenger from the Mountain Spire, a short young man with a lank flop of dark hair and a surprisingly full beard. The messenger bears bloodshot eyes and a nervous disposition. Ever since your issuance of the edict against your forces at Vendrian's Well, the courier tells you, the Valley of Apex has been beset by an ever-increasing number of bane. The creatures seem inimical to all life, and their predations have the people of Apex hiding in terror rather than tending the fields. If this keeps up, the lands you've claimed will not be able to support your spire, regardless of how rapacious your tax collectors become. The messenger asks what orders you wish returned to the spire. Inquire further. You press the messenger for more details. He tells you that there have been scattered bane sighted throughout the valley, but they're thickest around Vendrian's Well Citadel and in the mountains that ring the Old Dominion. They've attacked a handful of travelers and devastated livestock throughout the valley. Given that the farms are still recovering from the conquest, the rise of the Vendrian Guard, and the subsequent civil war between the Archons, it couldn't be a worse time for bane to appear in Apex. Give your orders. You consider how best to deal with the threat your edict has stirred. Lure the bane away, request aid from your allies, lure them away. You theorize that a focus act of magic by a mystic at another spire could draw the bane away from the mountain spire. This won't be a simple thing to complete with an edict, but it's a plan that could diffuse the issue without significant further bloodshed. Of course, you doubt the people in the area around the spire will appreciate any bane the magic attracts, but they should be better suited to deal with it than the farmers of Apex. The question remains, what spire to use as a lure? So we can go Howling Rock, Gulfglow Old Walls, Blade Grave, Lethian's Crossing, or request aid. I wish I knew the two names over here, so I'm just going to take a second to bring up a map. So I'm assuming it's Howling Rock and Gulf Glow Old Walls. I don't really have... I really wish that they would be a little clearer on the map. Oh, this is promising. Okay, so the Dawning Spire is to the far right. The Aurora Spire is above. Down, the Dawning Spire is the one at Howling Rock, it looks like. And if you can just give me a second here, my watch just gave me a warning. I did not realize that we're almost 2 hours in. I'm just going to take a second here and put my watch on charge, and then I will be back momentarily. Okay, sorry about that. So, Howling Rock. You gained Wrath with the Scarlet Chorus in favor of the Vendrian Guard. I'll take it. You send your envoy to this, but this was what I had intended, was the one that's closest to Cacophony. So, you send your envoy to the spire with your orders. Every able-bodied magician available should come together at the spire's top and perform a group ritual. The working must last at least a night and a day, the missive states, and longer if possible. The spire will magnify the magic, of course, and hopefully that will call the Bane from the Valley farmlands. The messenger thanks you for your time and leaves you to fulfill your command. Or leaves you to fulfill your command. So one of the reasons I didn't call for allies is the simple idea that what I'm trying to do now is establish myself as sort of a capable ruler. So I don't have Tunon on my side yet.
Greetings, Archon. How may I assist?
I have questions for you.
I am nothing if not a semi-reliable font of knowledge. What did you want to discuss?
So they say sages know all sorts of things.
I know everything, except for who's been saying that. What's on your mind?
Sorry, just give me a quick second here. Okay, sorry about that. Could you teach me something about history?
I'm flattered you think me that wise, but unless you are enthralled by migration observations and titillated by triangle ratios, I think I'd bore you silly.
What better tangent than triangles?
Fine, fine. If you have truly nothing better to do than talk trivia with old Lantry, so be it.
Lantry pops open a scroll case by his hip, producing a long handwritten manuscript.
A Brief History of the Tears by Sage Lantry. Volume 1, Settlers from the East. Dry land! Came the cry from the prow of the ship. After months in the deep ocean, the pioneers of the Tears saw their promised land at long last.
The minutes roll on, and Lantry cheerfully reads through his painstaking treatise. Listen politely. Fascinating. Walk away over the edge. No. Fascinating.
Volume 3, years 90 to 94. If you thought 88 was a crazy time when everything changed, wait until 91.
Haunting memories of Tunon's lectures creep into your mind. Really? Do go on.
Well, if you enjoyed that, you're going to love Ratios of the Sun. So, by using the shadow of a staff at noon as a starting point, I used triangles to show a relation.
Unlike Tunon, Lantry cannot kill you for walking out of a lecture, and unlike Tunon, Lantry has to eventually sleep. You've experienced worse. But were your two measurements far enough to derive a parallax?
Ah, I knew someone would ask that. And yes, so here's my proof. Sage Winding Script shows a relationship between all half-square triangles. I have a diagram somewhere.
From time to time, the wind picks up. The howling, biting breeze offers a momentary respite from the deluge of blather. So if that's correct, you could estimate almost any length from a known angle.
Yes. Way to steal the concluding reveal from me. But yeah, that's about the gist of it. Now, if you'll excuse me, I think my voice needs rest. Thank you for the rousing conversation.
I can scarcely believe it. You proclaimed an edict. You wielded the power of the Overlord, for a moment perhaps, but it was enough to turn the tide of battle in our favor. Okay, so this is a different conversation than the one I had in the court. Interesting. That simply doesn't happen. The Overlord's magic is as unknowable as anything on Terratus, as mysterious and, well, I was about to say, as unapproachable as the spires, but you have clearly dispelled that notion. What do you suggest I do next? Hold fast to your loyalties in the Overlord's hierarchy. There's always the chance that Kairos will leave you alone if your fealty is true, but I offer no guarantees. That is what I would do anyway. You must follow your own path. This can only mean trouble for us. Kairos doesn't tolerate competition. No, indeed. I wouldn't want to stand in your place when the day of reckoning comes, but standing next to you might prove just as dangerous. I have questions for you.
What can I do for you?
Let's discuss immediate concerns. What do you think of our circumstances? I was expecting the Overlord to kill these squabbling minions, but it seems they've been given a chance to sort out matters for themselves. You have the advantage that your spires aren't easily invaded. We should keep moving and tackle the other Archons one by one. The voices of Nerat, Tunon, Bled and Mark. And then there's Graven Ash. Ash is your ally and holds you in some esteem. I don't know how you two will settle this impasse, but he is a man of honor and will not attack you first. Perhaps he will see reason and accept your claim. Perhaps not. The decision isn't mine to make. What do you intend to do to get out of confronting Ash? Barrick focuses on you with interest. I will likely give Ash the chance to submit. Then I'm glad you see it that way. Give the General the opportunity to accept your rule. Ever since he was invited to join the Archons, Ash believed in the value of mercy. This time it will be you, not Kairos, extending the olive branch. What are your thoughts on me and my deeds? Okay, this is the same as before. Would you like to discuss removing your armor?
Suffice it to say, my armor and I will not be separated for the time being. When the war is over, perhaps Tunon will lend me one of his forge-bound. Until then, here I remain. My armor saved me from the destruction of Stalwart, where thousands of others lost their lives. So you can see why I continue to wear it. For the time being, we will not be separated.
Sorry, just one more moment, please. We're gonna move on from this. Are you trying to piss everyone off, or do you just do this for fun? I'm not judging either way, I'm just curious. Casting an edict on Vendrian's Well is a good way to shine a beacon on yourself, or paint a target. Saved your skin, didn't I? Sure did, for now. Like I said, I'm not trying to prod you or suggest you made the wrong call. As someone who likes to stay discreet until she has the opening to strike a killing blow, I find your little public gesture of dominance, well, quaint. Charming in a dumb way.
At your service, Fatebinder. What do you need?
Talk again later. We'll do a quick check-in with my other party members. Without looking up at you, Siren releases a long, dejected sigh. Something bothering you, Siren? You seem sad.
No. Everything's fine, Archon. But I appreciate you asking.
She wipes at her nose, glancing away.
I've made some progress on that ancient musical score. I'm almost completely sure it's the same music I hear in that crystal we found.
You made a breakthrough. It seems like that would be a good thing.
It's simply not what I was hoping for, I suppose. No matter.
She shakes her head.
This music, I think it describes something fundamental. About magic, I mean. Or at least about the magic of the old walls.
She chews on her lower lip. Which means Cairn didn't leave it behind for you.
Yeah, I thought he might have. But I was just being a foolish, silly, stupid little girl.
Why so interested in Cairn?
We used to know each other back at Fort Threshold. He was kind and clever, and I thought we were friends. The lasting kind that might last lifetimes. But then he left me there. And Nerat sent me off to sing up its troops. I used to pen him missives, each long and longing and poetic, mostly about myself. But then, well, none of that matters anymore.
Don't be so hard on yourself. It's human to hope, and sometimes hopes get dashed. She says nothing for a moment, slowly nodding, her arms wrapped tightly about herself.
Thank you, Archon. Sometimes I forget that the Overlord's minions can occasionally act like decent human beings.
It sounds like a pretty incredible thing to know about.
I guess. I mean, sure, it's something nobody else knows yet. Except maybe Kairos. I'm certain that weaving this song into my own music will strengthen it. Or at least let more of my power slip through this stupid hat. Who knows? Maybe the old walls will hear my songs, and then I'll be able to awaken spires too, or sing edicts, or both.
Your voice will shake the tears.
The tears? Don't underestimate me. I'll shake this whole ugly world. But truly, thank you for all of this. I'm indebted to you. I'll add my power to your cause, I promise.
Oh, nice. So, did we cross a threshold with Siren? Cool. It'd be nice if it was bigger.
Good day, Fatebinder. It's always nice to see you. What do you need?
Hail, mighty Archon.
Ab salutes you with a nod, pounding her staff to the ground as she stands at attention.
Your newfound power runs in the face of what I thought I knew. All my life, I've been told Kairos alone can issue an edict. And yet, here you are, proclaiming mastery of the lands just like the Overlord.
I can replicate her powers, but I'm not just like the Overlord.
You mean his powers?
I mean his.
You say that now. Let's see if you still feel this way when the reality sinks in, and your mastery of this newfound power solidifies. The world now bows to your mere utterance. Each day you will grow stronger, while the world becomes weaker in comparison. Put another way, if I could do what you do, the world would be at the mercy of my depravity. Cursing the name of Ebb, Archon of Fecund Fluids. Let's hope your moral sextant isn't as crooked as my own. Your newfound power runs in the face of what I thought I knew. All my life, I've been told Kairos alone can issue an edict. And yet, here you are, proclaiming mastery of the lands just like the Overlord.
Perhaps there are others besides me and the Overlord.
I should certainly hope not. Taratus isn't large enough for Kairos, and it's certainly going to get very interesting if the two of you start waving your edicts to and fro.
I would have felt if someone else were proclaiming edicts. I knew when this one activated the Spire. From what I know of Kairos, the Fatebinder is definitely a wrinkle in some carefully laid plans.
If anyone has cast an edict other than Kairos in the last 431 years, I'm certain we would know. There would have been witnesses and evidence that outran Kairos' march west. The sages would have heard of it.
Your newfound power runs in the face of what I thought I knew. All my life,
It's fortunate
I've been
then
told
that you were
Kairos
sworn to
alone.
me.
If watching you slowly descend into power-hungry madness is the definition of good fortune, consider me blessed. Your newfound power
Enough
runs
about
in the
me for the
face of
moment.
What is it you need?
Let's return to our travels. I think Ebb is the only person who doesn't care that much for me. Oh no, actually, we're in pretty good terms with everyone but Kills and Shadow.
I got it.
Kills and Shadow watches you, unblinking, black pupils dilating wide across her crimson eyes. She parts her lips as she scents the air.
Alpha smells good. Makes Beast Woman want to hunt. Kill.
I had a nickel every time I heard that.
Fatebinder wants Beast Woman?
Any good hunts lately?
Good, yep. And many more than 5.
Beast Woman flexes and curls her claws in the air, the pitch blackness of them suddenly striking, a stark reminder of their power, their ability to kill.
Found pack of rot-smelling chorus in Apex lands. Humans tried to scamper flee on sight, but Beast Woman was already in full sprint. Legs were pumping, blood was surging fast, heart throb, throb, throb. Flipped claws and slashed through backs, ears filled with screams.
She pats happily at the memory, tongue lolling between her teeth.
Was fun for Beast Woman.
Never mind. Huh. Interesting. All right, so we were heading to River's Break for, a small farmstead located near a fork in a small river, far from the trade routes through the valley. Essa tailored this holding for self-sustainability rather than any attempt to engage in agricultural trade. It'll take you 14 hours, 45 minutes to complete your journey from the mountain spire to River's Break. Windborne ash assaulted your senses even before you reached River's Break. By the time the farmstead came into view, the burning smell was joined by those of charred, rotting flesh and blasted vegetation. The house stands in ruins, the plaster cracked and blackened. Verse steps forward, arms slack at her sides, mouth slightly agape. What the Kairos-loving shit? Essa! Shit, Fatebinder. Want everyone in Vendrian's well to know we're here? Let's poke around. Maybe there's something here that'll give us a better sense of who did this and why.
On it.
The charred and smoldering corpse of an older woman. Fuck. Verse sinks to her knees in the ashes and touches the charred and peeling face. After a moment of silence, she looks up to you and then shakes her head. I could have given her a clean death, and instead she ends up here, burned alive. That's mercy for you. She glances down at her blackened palms. Are you okay? Why wouldn't I be okay? Let's just find the fuckers who did this. I've got some words for them. Some very hot, very sharp words. Burn? Impale? Pierce? Ignite? Skewer? Combust? I'm here if you need more. Shit, old man. All that reading's just done wonders for your critical thinking skills. We'll find whoever did this. Let's. I've got some questions that need answers. Here's hoping these bastards don't want to talk. I really hope they don't want to talk. She pops her knuckles, nodding. Actually, one thing I forgot to do... Investigate the ruin. One thing I did forget to do was buy up any gear. Right. Charred, smoldering corpse of an older woman has been dumped unceremoniously on the ground. Crates and plants litter the ground. What a mess. Whoever came here decided to throw down among themselves. If that doesn't scream Scarlet Chorus, I'm the last queen of Apex. Crates and plants litter the ground in disarray, perhaps strewn about during the scuffle.
I'll stay downwind of our enemies.
The corner of the ruined home seems... Look at this fate binder. Verse points at the blasted remnants of the wall. I've set a lot of fires in my time, and this is a very special pattern of burning that only happens with magic. She kneels, fingers running over the ashes. See these marks? Sigil work. And too clean for blood chanters. Probably a sage, were I to guess. Sages did this? If you know of any other organized society of magic users who like to control information, I'll happily look their way. Good eye, indeed. I believe this was done with the sigil of fire by way of the Sun Queen, as opposed to that of Thousand Ember's erratic brand of fire. You can tell by the tined pattern at the burn edges. The overall blast pattern suggests a thorough understanding of modern expressive techniques, while He blinks, dropping into silence. And now I'm boring all of us. Apologies.
Slow
I really don't like
steady.
how it interrupts. The corner of the ruined home seems particularly charged, the scorch marks unusually focused and intense. I really don't like how it interrupts the reading with dialogue. Deep gouges mar this door frame. Yeah. Somebody pried this door open. Someone with iron. She runs a finger along the door frame. The disfavored may have the collective brain capacity of a crate filled with stone, but they treat their weapons like that she is, like each one is the daughter of Kairos. Disgraceful. The Overlord and the Great General gifted us iron that we might spill the blood of our enemies, not to leave her open a stubborn door. Barrett glares at the door, head bowed. Deep gouges mar the door frame, a few slivers of blackened iron hide embedded among the splinters. Shattered crates lie scattered and burned across the ground.
These were here before, weren't they? Can't say they seem very useful now.
Time to lighten my step.
Can't do that.
Small bed of rocks juts from the rough dirt.
Nice rocks you found there, Fatebinder. Maybe we should keep searching. Unless you think they started the fire.
Why is this game mocking me for engaging with it? Faint tracks disturb the soil. Nice find, Binder. First sinks to one knee. These tracks are faint. Even with the earth as dry as it is, whoever left them was traveling light. They couldn't have carried much gear. Her attention turns to the eastern horizon.
We've got a burned farmstead and multiple fire wards set around it. That reeks of our missing fire mage Catorius. There's chorus and disfavored shit all over the place. Given how shoddily maintained the iron is, I'm guessing it's all chorus shit.
Could Catorius have been conscripted?
We can always ask him when we find him, assuming I let him live long enough to form an answer. The nearest stronghold is a sad little pile of palisades on the edge of the contested lands called Fort Squander. The disfavored used to hold those walls, so that could go a ways towards explaining their arms being scattered around here. Come on. We've got a sage to track.
You okay? You seem a little intense.
Yeah, I'm... The fire. It reminds me of Red Geyser.
Tell me about her.
She loved fire. Loved it more than any other fury. Loved it more than the blood chanters, maybe. They twist and pull it, summon it. She made a partner of it. Let it lead her dance. Once she lured these Azure scouts into a clearing. They're tracking this lone woman, then all around them torches blaze. Geyser sets these pitch-headed arrows to the flames before putting them into one of the scouts' eyes. An arrow per eye, hissing and popping. Then she charges into the scouts with this burning crescent, this axe, the head as long as your arm and pitched. They swing at her, but it's all fire and blood to her. She shoulders them aside, and we take them apart. That's where she got her name. The spray from an opened neck.
Wish I'd seen it.
To look at her back, at her chest. No one would fault you for mistaking her for a man of labor. 8 more than the rest of us combined. All she took to with everything in her. She was obsessed with proving herself to the voices. He'd given her this second life in the Howling Choir, and she was gonna make good and fucking sure that she earned it every day. She was one of the good ones, Binder. As good as anyone on this filthy peninsula. I'm glad I got to tell you about her. She lives on a bit in that. Now, let's be off.
Verse cracks her knuckles and nods.
Can't do that.
The overhang behind the trees seems to have collapsed from the fire. The stench of charged wood still haunts the air. All right, I'm going to take a minute here and check inventories, and then I'll maybe do versus stances and such, but maybe I won't worry about new magic until we're ready to fight the voices of Nerat. So I can't see a reason why I would be switching out yeah, I can't see why I'd be switching out weapons for the Fate Binder. And I don't think we've gotten any new armor, so as long... I mean, I'll obviously always check the light. So the only reason I'm not taking the light leather vest is because of the opportunist. Actually, I'm going to go so far as to say that the Fate Binder's all set. Verse. I think there's that much to change. And I think we're good for weapons, but let me just double check. Yeah, the DPS certainly leaves something to be desired. Yeah, actually we don't really have anything. All right. You've deduced that a sage working with the Scarlet Chorus was responsible for burning Essa's home. Travel to Fort Squander with Verse to locate them. It will take you 12 hours, 45 minutes to complete your journey from River's Break to Fort Squander.
Will do.
This place is manned by a skeleton crew. Could be that half the choirmen are out raiding, but I don't like it. Her nostrils flare. Either way, this is our best opportunity to get in and get out without having to cut our way through 100 chorus scrubs. Unless it's a trap. Never far from my mind, Fatebinder, but it pays to keep on one's toes. Verse smiles. Let's say you and I go bind ourselves some fates. Who are we fighting?
You didn't see nothing.
Blood stains the wall thick as layered paint, and dead flies stick to the to its tacky surface. There seems to be too much gore to be the result of battle, but if it's supposed to be decor, its meaning is lost in its mad excess. Okay, before we go charging in, we can buff up.
Consider it done.
Right.
That's a lot of chorus. Alright. I think I've just created big problems for myself, but...
Not a problem, boss.
Oh, I should have worked out a stance for Verse. So she's currently in Seeking Sheath, bonus accuracy. Yeah, that's still a good one. 3 Whispers is better dodge. And Red Geyser lowers... Yeah, no, this is the one that I want. Okay, let's get Lantry inconveniencing the enemy.
You got it.
Either these are very, very weak enemies, or we just got ridiculously powerful.
As you command.
Pity, you won't enjoy this
Ash,
I do.
Okay, not crazy about the frightened, but we can make this work.
Count on it.
on it.
Pity, you won't enjoy this as much.
Okay, I did not intend
Yes, I
that to be what Lantry did, but... Good.
You'll have to hit harder than that.
As you command. I need to try a different weapon.
On it.
So if we run into more chorus at this point, I think we just run and kill. Like, this was a pretty easy batch. Again, I don't know if this is just the consequences of leveling or
Can't do that.
or
Can't
they
do that.
deliberately made this a little bit easier. But I'm definitely not going to complain because, you know, enough. I guess I've complained about the combat a lot, so I don't want to be tedious about it, but I will say, feeling like it's less of an impediment to where the game, like the interesting places the game is going, works for me. So I think it's fair, you want some degree of challenge. It's a little bit like, again, I give too many tabletop examples for someone who doesn't actually play that many tabletop games, but I suppose you want the credible threat of death in a tabletop campaign because, that implies a degree of challenge, right? If you feel that the DM is never actually going to be willing to deliver the coup de grace, then the challenges don't have quite the same sense of menace or meaning. But on the other hand, if you sort of feel like the DM's gonna kill you for tripping, and like landing in a dung heap and suffocating or something like that doesn't feel great either. And if anything, that's more of an impediment to the experience than an enhancement. So in this sense here, right, the idea of just enough combat that you need to, motivate some of the choices that you're making for your character, but not so much that you feel that it's an obstruction to being able to get to the more interesting places, which is, the world. I'm still going to call it Teradus, by the way, although they keep saying Teratus. And all the different details. That's the sweet spot. So this might be a little easier, because again, obviously I originally thought, okay, hey, I shouldn't be taking on this many people. But on the other hand, right, I'm not stopping to make a lot of this work, right? I'm moving on to see the end of Verse's story. And again, this just might be, I may be over-leveled for this bit, I don't know. A half dozen corpses, most bearing disfavored brands on their skin, hang in various states of bloody abuse in this converted animal pen. It's unclear whether this torture served as an interrogation or entertainment. Rust-marred iron weapons have been strewn haphazardly in this corner of the fort. Some seem to be vicious knives broken down from larger swords, while other blades boast new barbs or serrated edges. A man spins to meet you as you enter the core of the stronghold, his carbon-black skin gleaming with a sheen of sooty sweat. Sweeps of gray ash smear his red robes, and he grasps in his hands the staff of a blood chanter, orange flames licking its length. Verse, Archon. His eyes flicker to you, and he bows his head slightly. Then you know who I am and why I'm here. This should make things quick and easy. Her eyes shimmer with the reflected light of Catorius' flame. Catorius, what a pleasure. Lantry scratches at his arm with the point of a quill. Lantry, I see your tumescent support of the Overlord hasn't withered with age. I am but a simple servant to the Fatebinder. He offers his open palms, empty of all but save smeared ink and the quill dangling from between two fingers. And I'm the Archon of Youth Everlasting, he chuckles, a sound not unlike gravel shaken in a bag. I assume he's one of your sister's killers? None other. I've seen those smirking lips 1,000 times behind my eyelids. I put a lot of thought into how I'll go about cutting them off. Her tongue runs the length of her upper teeth. Apologies for the quick introduction, Archon. I'm Catorius, once of the School of Ink and Quill. The sage smiles, indicating himself with a flat hand upon his chest. The hand, remaining flat, rotates and pitches to indicate verse. More to the matter at hand, however, I am one of the 3 survivors of the group that met your friend Scarlet Fury Patrol in open battle in Apex a few years ago. Seem pretty damn matter-of-fact about it for someone whose remaining life is measured in hours. So long? You think I'm gonna make it quick, Kindling Cock? No. No, I'm gonna savor this. Nice and slow. She barks out a laugh. Catorius rings his staff with both hands as he regards you with narrowed eyes. How did I come to earn your unbridled enmity? You let Crocus live, and he was easily the worst of us. That wasn't my fucking call. Verse's weapon appears in her hands. Hold, Fury. Aren't you the slightest bit curious about why the man who killed your Fury friends holds a tent in the middle of a Kairos-forsaken Scarlet Chorus encampment? He holds out a flat, filthy palm. That stops Verse short. Her eyes, when she looks to you, have widened with doubt. Got something to say? Spill it before we spill you. Couldn't have said it better myself. Verse turns, buoyed by the wrath in your words, like a feather on a warm updraft. Simply put, I am a creature of the voices of Nerat. Have you no honor, sage? Barrack steps to Verse's side. The voices? What are you trying to say? The chorus took me and everyone in my village almost 4 years ago, my wife included. I think you'd like Marion, were she not wrapped up in all of this. She's broad of shoulders, muscled like a beast woman, her spirit full of oil and fire. He taps his staff thoughtfully. Marion sounds like the name of no choirman I ever met. That's her true name, not her conscript name. I won't call her by that. Let me guess. The voices used her to control you. Muscle matters in the chorus, but a vicious killer is just a pawn to the Archon of Secrets. Only knowledge truly matters. That made me valuable to them. Marion, less so. He stares into the magical flame coiling at the head of his staff. So you cut a deal. Her upper lip curls back, revealing a sharp, yellowed canine. I told them I'd do whatever they wanted so long as they kept her out of their more sacrificial operations. He lets loose another long sigh, shoulders slinking slightly as if under a growing burden. As a tearsman and a sage, I could go to places that the Voices people couldn't, join causes that they couldn't. Long before the Tarkus clan reached an agreement with the sages to slaughter the garrison at Vendrian's Well Citadel, I helped Tarkus Demos plan his resistance. The Voices allowed the Oathbreakers to slaughter the Chorus expendable gangs as distractions for their true objectives. The Voices thought Verse and her cinders expendable. Bullshit. Each Fury is worth 24 conscripts. A sisterhood that dances together like ours? There's no more vicious force in the whole fucking field of war. I think you're right, or something like right. We weren't supposed to kill you, and we weren't supposed to take you alive. The Voices wanted you to witness your squad's deaths. The Sage nods vigorously. But you didn't kill us all. You took Geyser. Voice's words carry the chill of winter. We captured one of you, yes. Irissa wanted to finish her off as a warning. Crocus thought that we could sell her. I sided with him and suggested a ransom to the Archon of Secrets. That's what we did. I got your friend home to the Voices. His gaze rises to Verse's. You expect us to believe Nerat cared enough about one of his own to purchase her back? I'm not sure it matters what you believe. You lie. Red Geyser, my sister, is dead. Mismatched eyes glare from beneath a lowered brow. So she was killed after we left her with the Archon. Which, I suppose, brings us to the present. The Voices left me with standing orders. If you ever figured out the truth of it, I was to bring you to them. So that's what happens next. He rubs the bridge of his nose. Which is why I've kept you talking until reinforcements return from patrol. In the brief silence that follows, you discern quiet chatter and the sound of boots on dry earth from elsewhere in the fort. Help us, and we'll help you. If I don't bring you back, it doesn't matter whether or not I died in the trying. The Voices of Nerat will murder Marion. He lifts his staff, and the flames along the length brighten, illuminating runes burned into the wood. The only way to save her would be to kill the Archon of Secrets. Then we kill the Archon of Secrets. There are more soldiers coming into the fortress now than you felled on your way to me. And if anyone can kill the Archon of Secrets, it would be you. His chapped lips purse. I can, and I will. Then this conversation is over, right? Murderous anger flickers with reflected flame in her eyes as she glares hungrily at Catorius. What do you want, Verse? I trust you to make the right call. Easiest choice I've ever made. I'm going to enjoy this dance, Catorius. Farid Geyser. Verse grins at Catorius. It's a damn shame, Archon. Looks like your friendship with this chorus rat will be your demise. He readies his staff as the sounds of the approaching chorus gangs grow louder.
Look at that.
I will aid
Meet your corpse.
Raven Ash protects.
Wisdom is finally catching up to my head. I'll take care of it.
Hey, you won't enjoy it. As much as I do.
On it.
What the? Ah, frustrating. Okay.
Let's have it.
I'm on it.
I think my...
Damn thing couldn't pierce cloth.
I got it. Will do. On it.
Oh, we got a big fight ahead of us. All right. Newly arrived Scarlet Chorus forces block your exit from the fort. Take them out and escape. So, I did just want to see if any of these were upgrades. Bronze Spear, no. Looks like it was just the mace. So these seem to suggest a higher DPS, but higher recovery and lower accuracy. So I think I'm just gonna keep with the current loadout.
Right.
I guess we can buff a little bit here.
I'll take care of it.
So good.
I'm not here to make
To run up the middle.
This isn't working!
Barrick, you could start attacking it.
I will.
Right.
Fall before! I'm on it.
Apologies, but I can't. I need to try a different weapon.
Not
Right.
Okay, so I don't quite know why Barrick got wounded, though. This would actually be enough to justify a trip to the spire to get rid of it.
At once.
Affirmative. Send them at me in waves!
Okay, this is going to get a little inconvenient.
you go. You got it.
Okay, that's a little bit better.
On it.
Out, you little
On it.
seeing an awful lot of red. Fall for me!
We potentially could have gotten ourselves a little more
Counter.
Right.
yeah, by taking these guys down. I think I'm gonna move the Fate Binder up to deal with the range. Okay.
You dent!
I think at this point we need to start. We really do need to start clearing out some of the
As you command.
baddies.
Good work.
You got it.
Right.
You got it.
I need to try a different weapon. As you command.
Damn thing couldn't pierce cloth. you little shit!
I'll hit you twice as hard next time!
Oh, damn thing couldn't pierce cloth.
On it.
Okay. I think that might be the last group based on the map. Although we still don't have... So I guess one of the conditions was escape, so... Shove that in your ballast holes, you bird-boned scrotum shits. Verse makes a series of creative hand gestures. Her voice shatters in the thick silence that had fallen over the Palisades. Screw Katorius, screw his stupid wife, and screw the Archon of Secrets. She laughs as a cool breeze rolling off the mountains to the west unsettles her feathers. Still with me, Verse? Yeah, way to yank me out of the moment, Binder. I was close to enjoying myself. Lapsing into silence, Verse stares up into a sky still smeared with the smoke of the burning library, puts both hands on her back, just above her hips, and stretches, jutting her pelvis forward until her spine releases a series of satisfying snaps. Nothing simple in your wake, is it? With the voices, I listened when I was supposed to, listened, reported, everything I heard, killed what he told me to kill. Black and white, black and red anyway. She smirks. I guess it was always complicated. I just ignored the complexities. Can't operate solely on gut instinct anymore. My gut would see this whole damn peninsula burn to cinders. And then what? She massages her right eyebrow. Taratus rewards strength. I didn't think I was strong enough to move in, well, influential circles. And that, I don't know, makes me nervous. Listen to me. Next thing I'll be wearing robes and making you call me an Archon. Let's finish this later. I want to get out of this hole, Binder. She brushes dust from her palms. Talk to Verse at the mountain spire. Piss off. Oh, it's you, Fatebinder. I'm so glad to witness your safe return. Swear it. What'll it be, boss? Let's see what you have in stock. Okay. So first up, I'm going to clear out a bunch of stuff. So I think at this point, anything not purple or otherwise with a new... Hey, Takri, how you doing? We have rendered Judgment on the voices of Narat. And we're just doing a few side quests. But how are you doing tonight? So basically, if it's less than purple and doesn't have a special ability, I'm gonna say we're gonna clean it out. I guess the Bronze War Mace was my original, so. Alright, so let's just make sure we don't have any special abilities. Or not special abilities, but like special stats. Sleepy, but okay. I don't need this many Scarlet Chorus armors, but I'll settle at this point. Okay, now what I want to do here is see... well, see, this is the thing. Like, I don't really think... How helpful. Yeah, this is exactly what I want in a filter. Yeah, you know what? You just focus on armor. Okay. I mean, all this is heavy. This is such a weird filter, the fact that it doesn't actually order things, it just sort of highlights. Okay, heavies. Pretty Lala, thank you very much for the Prime subscription. I think I'm just going to take the money. But we are going to rest at the spire. So I can get the rest bonus. And then I'm going to do a small tour of my other... Well, actually, it should just be the library. So you're streaming, wanted to pop by and say thank you for the great Book of Hours streams. Thank you so much, Birdie Lala. I've been delighted by a couple of, just whether it's a comment on Reddit, YouTube, there's a few of these. So it's sometimes hard to express just how much I appreciate it when people say that they came from the YouTube channel or vice versa. So thank you very much for that. And on top of that, thank you very much for the Prime subscription. Obviously, that's not required, especially because I'm not playing the thing that you like. But thank you for that. It does, every little bit does help me maintain the stream. So thank you very much. I realize I said thank you like 100 times, but it's my way. How may I serve you today, Fatebinder? What's the status of your research? I'm happy to say we've made great progress. He beams at you and exhales a welcome breath. Allow me to show you my findings. I want you to research something. Let's do edicts. Recruits are busy researching edicts. Okay. Universe confronted the soldiers present at the death of her sisters, but the monster who manipulated everyone involved in that slaughter, the voices of Nerat, remains. Speak with Verse at the Mountain Spire in Vendrian's Well to reflect on these events before confronting the Archon of Secrets. I mean, are we really going to change our feelings about the voices? As still as an owl on its perch, Verse stares in the direction of Cacophony, a warm breeze from the east playing at the feathers festooning her head.
Fatebinder.
Almost no movement accompanies her subdued greeting. Thinking important thoughts?
I feel my sisters twisting around inside me, Binder. I can't tell whether they're dancing or trying to cut their way out. Or both.
Sounds like you're trying to justify your own tumultuous feelings.
Maybe, like, all this passion, this wild, frenzied lust, it's actually coming from me. I'm just giving it my sister's voices. Or something.
She splays her fingers before her, apparently taking a vested interest in the grime beneath her nails.
It feels like all that's in front of me is a gorge so wide and so deep that there's nothing to see but wide open air.
She looks at you.
Say we come out of this with minds and bodies intact, You've got the tears, and the Overlord has everything else. Then what?
I'll burn that bridge when I come to it.
Damn, Fatefinder. You're sounding more like me every day. I wonder if the voices saw this coming when he tossed me on Law Dog detail.
She releases a peal of laughter.
The voices... I can't imagine him bending the knee to you. Whatever you've got planned, if you're walking into the heart of his power, you'd better be kitted for war.
The Archon of Secrets will fall by my hand.
Your confidence inspires. It's positively fucking infectious.
She smirks.
The Voices has more years behind him than a person can rightly imagine. If anyone's ever dug up a way to cheat the Void, it would be him. What if that way is me? We know he was preparing me for something. What if he made some trap door into me? What if he's hiding inside me right now?
How would he do that?
I don't know. Same way he brought people into himself. Maybe it goes both ways.
You have to keep control of yourself.
You know, I'd never considered trying that. Got any suggestions on that front?
Figure out who Verse is and stay Verse.
Now you're going to have me asking how I'm not myself? Don't try and turn me into a sage. We've got shit to do, right? Don't let me hold you up. And thanks, Fatebinder. Archon. Arcbinder.
Verse grins. Confront the voices of Narat alongside Verse. Alright, that's easy enough for us to do. Now, my watch is done charging, so Verse has gained the Burning Hatred ability. I don't think that's related to... Yeah. I'm going to take a very quick minute to get my watch off charge, and then I will be back. It's not going to be a full-on break. I know we've been going close to 3 hours, but I think I can push my way through. But I am going to just... I'll take whatever time it takes me to go from one room to the other and back. Okay.
Right.
Let's take care of Lantry's hideaway now. Now, this is obviously not the most direct way around the tiers, but this is the order in which I kind of wanted to do things. So, Lantry's hideaway. Nestled in a remote forest deep in the Bastard Tier, this small home is not marked on any map. The sheer side of the next tier looms above the mountains to the north, dominating the horizon. Encounter in Vendrian's Well. Aside the road ahead, you espy a cart. The vehicle is abandoned, with one wheel broken free of its axle. Several crates and sacks remain piled on the small wagon, while a pair of boxes rest in the grass beside it. Approach the cart. As you approach, you see that the cart boasts 4 wheels, or did before the loss of the back left one, and a long leather tack and harness for a beastman hauler. One of the crates that fell to the ground broke open along its edge, and fruits have spilled out onto the ground. Examine the cart. You immediately notice the sundered hauler harness, likely the result of a bladed weapon. The broken wheel, too, appears less the consequence of accident than human endeavor. The spattering of dark, dried blood across the board cinches your suspicions that the cart came under attack. Yet, the goods remain. Prepare for attack. You draw your weapon and enter a defensive crouch, peering towards the tree line in expectation of ambush. Surely enough, you make out flickers of movement through the brush. The initiative is yours, however. Ambush the ambushers. Leaving the cart behind, you crash into the underbrush, driving your assault to the Tearsmen in the battered leathers and mismatched bronze who mistakenly believed that they could get the drop on you.
I will aid you.
Count on it. I'm not here to make friends.
Oh, that's not good.
You got it.
I will aid you.
Tear your skull out by your ass.
Good work.
I'd have it no other way.
Right. Sorry, I can't.
Again, and the one situation where I can imagine we might take advantage of heavy armor would be if we get Barrack out of the armor. But of course, that's going to be a conversation with Graven Ash. Alright, I'm definitely going to want to follow up with the Ocean Spire sooner rather than later. About time. Do you realize how difficult it is to get your gang to just sit in ambush and wait? Without a daily rut or tussle, this motley is a stubborn bunch. Alright, princess, you owe me a debt of blood. You come here in scarlet whining about past debts? I owe you nothing. And now you're trespassing on the only corner of Terratus I call my own. Kindly shuffle off, lest things get ugly. Princess? You disguise yourself once, and it becomes a recurring topic. Lantry shakes his head with a frustrated wag of his hand. Voices of Narat believes you've outlived your usefulness. I will take great joy in snapping your old bones. With a shrill whistle, the blood chanter signals an attack.
Send them at me in waves!
Okay, I guess we're not attacking the things I wanted.
I'm on it. You go.
I will aid you.
The thing that's nice though is that with a glass lantry and the fate binder on it, I can probably make short work of them.
On it.
Consider it done.
I will.
Okay, not so good for the fate binder.
Sorry. Right.
It's a bit of a lease on life. Let's also strengthen the fate binder. And let's also try and get attention on...
I got it.
Also, for some reason, Barrack is wounded again, which was kind of the whole point of resting.
I will aid you.
Good God.
I'll take care. I'll take care of it.
Sweet merciful cut!
On it.
I'm on it. Bleed out, you little shit! Count on it. Damn thing can pierce cloth.
Alright, that was a little miserable. Scarlet Notebook. A red spiral is carved upon the wooden cover of this papyrus notebook. The handwriting within is haphazard and inscrutable, the work of an unpracticed, poorly trained wordcaster. A few entries contain recognizable sentences, and the book appears to be the journal of a Scarlet Chorus commander detailing troop movements. Times and locations are noted alongside numbers and pictures of trees, stick figures, and rocks. The author either didn't know the words for lumber, ore, and people, or just felt more comfortable with pictures than words. While much of the journal is inscrutable, the corner of every page has the day's head count for the author's brigade. While some days note dozens of losses, the brigade appears to be recruiting far faster than its members are dying or deserting. And we've got Neon Catboy VT in the chat asking, how are you enjoying this? I'm enjoying it very much. I actually played it on release, but I didn't make all that much progress. And here where I'll maybe just stress, maybe not stress, but I'll just caution that we do seem to be near the end of the game. We've crossed into Act 3, but I also get the impression that there's enough variety in the different paths that you can take that I don't think there's, unless you're like, unless you want me to go into the details of all the choices that I made, I'm not entirely sure it's going to have any bearing in terms of what your own experience is. So I'll say personally, I'm really enjoying it, and this is actually my effort to try and get into these Infinity Engine style. I realize this is Unity, not the Infinity Engine, but basically this Infinity Engine inspired type of CRPG, because it's one that I've sort of struggled with. And what I've found actually is I've used this to get back into Pillars of Eternity, which is a game I sort of struggled to get into. So this game seemed to have some negative reception in the sense of being like the negative reception seems to have largely been around the idea that the ending feels rushed. I don't know if this is true or not, and I also have a feeling that this was before they added the DLC, which seemed to have some more sort of finale options. But I mean, so far, I'm very interested in the story. I've really enjoyed the ride so far. I will confess, combat isn't my number one favorite out of all of this. But as I've gone through, I think probably my characters sort of out-leveled the challenges. So whatever challenges I have run into in terms of the combat, I've sort of grown out of, or I just feel a bit more comfortable with the combat. So I go into some of the broader opinions about the game just because I don't necessarily think I'm the best judge of CRPGs. I seem to have kind of kept at arm's length things that people have really enjoyed in this genre, whereas I recognize that while I really am enjoying this one, others seem to have expressed some disappointment about it. But I'm very enthusiastic about this one, and at least for me, it's gotten me engaging in a way that I wasn't before with some of the other games that I'd previously struggled with. Yeah, no, I definitely think story mode's a good way. I mean, it kind of depends. I will say that I'm going on whatever the normal difficulty is, and I was eventually able to kind of work my way through it. But the thing is I don't really feel like combat is where this game is at its strongest. I think I was kind of talking about this with earlier on in the stream. Like, I give more tabletop analogies than I probably should because I don't actually play that much tabletop. But I sort of feel it's like the idea of killing a player character. It's something you want to do very sparingly and something that you want to, not be, like, you don't want it to be trivial, right? So again, like if it's like one of the deaths in Diogenes Laertius or something like that, you're probably doing it wrong because that's just going to be a real drag for the player. But on the other side, if there isn't a credible threat of death, then it does somewhat cheapen the accomplishments of the party, right? If you really feel like the DM is going to go out of their way to avoid there being consequence to your choices, then in its own way, that is that's going to create that's going to have its own sort of drag. So where I sort of think the ideal balance is somewhere in between the two. So, ideally in a game like this, you're not going to have a combat where you have to reload because that's combat as something that's preventing you from moving on in the story. But on the other hand, if combat's just trivial, then it becomes another impediment. It might be a short one, but it's just sort of like, well, I just click a bunch of, my characters stay in a relatively fixed period or a fixed place and like hit a combination of buttons and move on. But I would say probably less threatening combat is better for this one because the pathfinding is possibly some of the most boneheaded I have seen in a game. Like, the characters seem to do nonsensical things very frequently. So, yeah, in any case. And yes, actually, Birdie Lala has absolutely gotten on the reason why I am doing more of this. For those of you maybe less familiar with my YouTube output, although I certainly spent a lot of time on these games on the channel. Weather Factory developers who I think at this point, I think I can fairly say I consider, well, at least on friendly terms, if not friends, are developing a CRPG in some ways not maybe necessarily inspired by Disco Elysium, but definitely picking up from this idea that you can do a CRPG without combat. They, in fact, did a blog post, or I guess it's just a blog, right? Post is kind of redundant. But they talked about some of their influences, so things like Planescape Torment, Disco Elysium, Shadowrun. I actually really enjoyed the Shadowrun CRPGs. So I don't want to suggest that I'm opposed to combat in these styles of games, but because Weather Factory is going to be spending about 3 years or so developing Traveling at Night, it was a chance for me to try and get in touch with some of their influences and gain a better understanding for the genre, which I've had a bit of a mixed relationship with. Although I will say I really like what Larian's done with it. I actually think the idea, I talked about this in a previous stream, but I will say that I am growing more and more of the opinion, and I know there are some people who take this idea very personally, but I really do think that the type of, you know what? Actually, I'm gonna sound like so thin-skinned on games. This may, I hope you don't think less of me for saying this, Neon Catboy, but I feel like I should at least be honest with my interaction with Torment Tides of Numenera, with the commitment that because of what I'm playing right now, I will probably try it again, maybe after I complete the original Planescape Torment. But when I played Torment Tides of Numenera, there's this opening where you're like falling from the sky. I don't feel like this is a story spoiler of that, because it's literally the opening of the game, and you've probably gone through this. And, you know, I don't know anything about this setting, right? It's, you know, I have a dream or a reality of me falling through the sky, no other knowledge of my background. And, you know, I'm reading all of these descriptions, and, you know, I decided, usually just in terms of like developing a character for a game, I'll sort of pick on something that seems interesting, and then I'll work through the implications of that. So my impression was, you know what might be kind of interesting here, if it's really gonna give me this this crazy opening where I'm falling through the middle of the sky with literally no other information about who I am or what I'm doing. Like, let's just lean into this. Let's lean into the experience and see what we can do. So I chose all of the options which were like, you know, cause the fall to go faster or whatever. So I spent all this time reading through the dialogue options. You know, I kind of have picked my path, and it decides to basically make me splat against the surface of the world. Game over. Roll credits. And I was very annoyed by the fact that the game felt that it was willing to waste my time in that way, that I just like quit the game. And it's not that I sat down and said, I will never play this again, but I was like, I am just not interested in doing this thing again. So like I left, and then, you know, it was a couple months before I even thought of it again. I'm like, you know what, this is just taking up space on my hard drive. I'm really not that interested in coming back to this. So I just uninstalled it. Now, to be clear, this is not an oath of enmity. Like, I've not, you know, declared I will never play Torment Tides of Numenera again. It's just mostly like this game indicated to me that it did not respect my time, and I have other things that I am more likely to enjoy. And so it was more that it was never an option that was more attractive than anything else that I could have played. But the thing is that I feel like if you start someone off in an absolutely incredible situation, like when I think of how, like if somebody opens up a story to me where it's like, you are falling from, you know, a great height, the number of options that you have is very limited, right? Like I don't feel that there's any real life experience that you can draw from to say, I'm going to get the good outcome on this one. There are obviously examples of people like surviving falling from aircraft, but, you know, it's not something I would personally want to take my chances with. So at this point here, it's sort of like, all right, you know, the game decided to do this. Let's see where this is going. And for me, the answer was, we're just basically going to give you a bunch of descriptions of falling and we're going to kill you. That is an option here. And it's sort of like, okay, I get that the developers probably had a lot of fun doing that, but I had a distinct feeling of not having fun. Now, with that in mind, right, like obviously you can see Neon Catboy's emoji here and all that. I don't want to be too vicious on it. The fact that some people like that and think it's a good bit, you know, indicates to me that maybe just the game either I hadn't realized or the game hadn't communicated to me that this was on offer and, you know, this is what I had signed up for. But it was enough for me to not try it out. So in any case, like I said, I wanted to sort of be upfront in terms of some of the struggles I've had to get into these kinds of games. But through my enjoyable experience through Tyranny and in preparation of trying a few other games in this style, I will probably give Tides of Numenera another chance, but maybe after its predecessor. There's actually a couple of other CRPGs that I'm planning for the stream, but I don't want to promise too much in advance, especially because I might want to change it up a little bit in terms of what I cover on the channel. These buckets each contain some sort of bush or shrub. The bushes have been dried up and dead for years.
Curse my negligence. I was going to make ink from those leaves.
These shelves contain countless numbers of scrolls organized in a way that can only be described as chaos. I assure you, I have a system for what goes where. Yeah, much like I did when I didn't have bookshelves. The writing desk looks as though it was well used.
Prime bird watching from that desk. When you're older, you'll start liking boring things too.
When I'm younger, I liked boring things. The current parchment on it is only half written, as if the writer had to leave in a hurry before finishing it.
From that desk. When you're older, you'll start liking boring things too.
Examine the bookshelf. Yeah, well, I do want to be clear on this, Neil. So I did take a look in preparation for some of the other stuff that I was going to be playing. I did actually take a look at the kind of critical consensus on Torment Tides of Numenera, and it wasn't like, so it's not Baldur's Gate 3 or Divinity Original Sin 2, which really seems to have like, it's one of these ones where it's like, even if you don't like these kinds of games, you might want to give it a try. Like, this is a big event. But it did actually seem to be very well received and didn't necessarily suffer from the comparison to a very, very well regarded CRPG. So I think in that respect, it's really hit it. Actually, sorry, I was talking about this weird opinion that I have about CRPGs. I don't think I ever delivered on it. So yeah, in the contrast for Larian, so I have this kind of heretical opinion about the Infinity Engine style games. So one thing I learned about the Infinity Engine was that BioWare started developing a real-time strategy game. And eventually that project morphed into what became Baldur's Gate, which is obviously not, not a real-time strategy game. But I have the very distinct opinion that the type of combat so like basically, Baldur's Gate just wound up like being this milestone that spawned a lot of successful follow-on projects, Torment being one of them, Icewind Dale. I think even Neverwinter Nights and Dragon Age kind of owe a debt to those games as well. But Infinity Engine alone spawned a number of games very much in this style, and very much something that both Pillars of Eternity games and Tyranny, among others, really wanted to capture. And the thing to me is I really do feel that RTS origin is actually just an unexamined assumption that they carried on that actually was not necessarily for the benefit of Baldur's Gate. So I've never been of the opinion that the combat is that great in these Infinity Engine style games. It's not that Baldur's Gate isn't a good game because the combat isn't that enjoyable, but I feel that the combat is something to be dealt with as opposed to something that's really enjoyable in them. And the thing that I tend to get from people is, well, just go into the settings and turn on the pauses and all of that. It's like, yeah, I do that, right? But it's, the thing is that it does not get me to the point where I'm like, this is an equally enjoyable, or this is part of the experience and why I like Baldur's Gate. It's always been, or, whatever game it is. It's always just one of these things that I kind of tolerate more than embrace. And I always find it such a curious choice because Dungeons and Dragons, which of course was the source material for Baldur's Gate and so many of the follow-on games, it does combat turn-based, right? It's actually something that was changed for the computer game to be something that's not turn-based. And I don't know, it didn't, like I said, it hasn't stopped the it has not stopped those games from becoming very popular, but I really do have the feeling that the combat in Baldur's Gate is a reflection of the fact that they started making a real-time strategy game. And because Baldur's Gate was so good and successful and spawned all of these follow-ons, nobody really questioned the choice of combat. But what I do like is that Larian, and subsequent groups as well, but as Neon Catboy said here, Larian set the bar for CRPGs. They were the ones who were willing to say, you know what, let's re-examine this. Let's see if it's worth it. And in this case here, the turn point system just enables a lot more. I have my issues with Divinity Original Sin. It's a very challenging game that feels like if you don't play it the way the developers had in mind, then particularly on tactician mode, you're going to have a hard time of it. But I feel that a lot of the things that people find so memorable about it in terms of the combinations of oil and fire or lightning and water and all of these things, I feel that so many of the things that make those games really memorable and interesting, on top of the things that we accept are as part of the Infinity Engine games, good story, interesting characters and that. But I really do feel that the Larian style indicated just how much better these types of games can be if you go back to something that's a little bit closer to that tabletop experience. And again, I could be totally wrong, but it is one of those cases where I do actually feel that this unexamined assumption from the conditions that were just true when Baldur's Gate was being developed, and again, there's nothing wrong with that. There's lots of really good games that have come out of a process of iteration. But the thing is that when people are trying to capture that old Infinity Engine experience, I think what they wound up doing was they wound up bringing in a combat system that wasn't necessarily as good as it could have been. And some of the more successful and good CRPGs lately are ones that have actually abandoned that. And examples I would take would be, Larian with Divinity Original Sin, Divinity Original Sin 2, and Baldur's Gate 3. And then I would also say that Owlcat with Rogue Trader is the most recent one that I've played, but the Pathfinder games might do that as well. And if you want to go for something even earlier, we had K-Money in here earlier, but Shadowrun Returns, Shadowrun Dragonfall, and Shadowrun Hong Kong, those are all games that went for a more XCOM style to their combat, and they still had the place to tell, in my opinion, very interesting stories from a setting that was originally a tabletop RPG setting. In fact, Harebrained Schemes was founded by Jordan Wiseman, who also founded FASA, and so is responsible for the Shadowrun setting. So I don't know. It's just one of these things where, I have a bit of a like for turn-based, so I may be talking my own book here, but it is one of these things that I found very hard to escape the more I think about it, that the form of combat that these Infinity Engine inspired games, I feel that it's something that isn't what BioWare maybe would have chosen had they been making the game from scratch again. And I could even point to like Fallout as a predecessor, because I believe that used sort of turn-based and time unit system. All right, after a few minutes of searching, Lantry grabs hold of a dusty tome with a triumphant smile. Thank Kairos, it's still here. It'll only be a moment. Yes, I actually was a backer on BattleTech. One of the things I find kind of funny about this is because FASA Interactive was acquired by, or maybe it was FASA as a whole, but anyways, because it was acquired by Microsoft. I know he worked for Microsoft for a bit. Harebrained Schemes actually has its origins in kind of a bet with Bungie, which I believe had just been acquired by Microsoft. So their first game was called Crimson Steam Pirates, and I think it was kind of a bet in terms of how quickly they could develop a game, and so that's why that game was published by Bungie Aerospace, I think it was called. But the funny thing about it was just this idea that Shadowrun, because Harebrained Schemes is not owned by Microsoft, effectively they have to license back the IP that they created, because of course the reason why Microsoft bought FASA Interactive was so that they could have the BattleTech and Shadowrun IP. I don't know if Earth Dawn went with it, but I have no idea if there's ever been an Earth Dawn video game. An hour passes as Lantry flips through the pages of his book, slowly spelling out a coded message as he goes. Is that right? Oh, I did that wrong. Let's try that again with less stupid. Find anything? I forgot we did the code backwards. Word, paragraph, page instead of page, paragraph, word. This is dreadfully embarrassing. Bear with me. Understood? Apologies. Slow, but I'm cute. I'll get this sorted out shortly. Trust me. Two hours pass, and still Lantry has yet to finish his work. Find anything? Well, I've discovered that this is a dreadfully slow way to communicate long sentences. It won't be much longer, I promise. Glares silently. With a gruff clearing of his throat, Lantry dives back to his task with nervous energy. I'm sure you are wondering which would happen first, me finishing this task or dying of old age. I'm pleased to report it's the former. What did you find? Well, I have a set of instructions that will take me nowhere near any village or town I can think of, and that sounds like an ideal place to hide things. Any idea what's hidden there? Not exactly. The obvious answer is something salvaged from the Citadel, but I can't say for certain. This is telling me where, not what or why. So we're done here? Indeed we are. Thank you for your patience. The directions have us looking for a field of indigo. I couldn't tell you the name of the nearest town or village, but the message includes enough landmarks that I can probably get us there. How do you know this isn't a trap? Consider someone was waiting for me here. I can't rule it out, but we're deceptively competent in battle, so joke will be on them, right? Let's get going. Oh, that's funny. We've lost the rest. We've lost the rest benefit because it took so long. I am going to go back to the Ocean Spire to research more edicts. I know it's not an efficient use of time, but... What's the status of your research? I'm happy to say we've made great progress. He beams at you and exhales a welcome breath. Allow me to show you my findings. Malediction. Okay, guess we don't get any more edicts. I just saw the name of the quest. Lantry would like you to verify some suspect details in Lexim's work. Help him recover other chroniclers he stashed during the conquest of the Tiers. Search the area for this last chronicle stash that Lantry mentioned. It's kind of like the weight of Aegis. It's technically relies on mispronunciation, but yeah. These berry bushes are chocked full of clusters of ripe berries. Examine the bush, take a closer look at the berries on this bush.
Kairos be praised, we found it!
Rubbing his hands together, grinning ear to ear, Lantry eyes the berry bush with anticipation. Hold on, this is what you're after? The old man seemingly ignores your question as he gleefully crushes several of the berries in a small mortar.
Only need a moment. This won't be like last time, where a moment means half a day. If my understanding is correct, these berries only need a little alcohol to make them absorb into the skin and cause you to bleed.
Cause what? A blue-stained hand reaches out and touches you by the wrist. A searing burn upon the surface of your skin quickly turns into spreading, blissful warmth. Though his mouth moves to form words, nothing reaches your ears. The world begins to tremble as your breath expands to fill the whole of your body with vigor.
Oh, this takes me back.
A calm of tranquil haze creeps in, unhinging your muscles from your mind. For 8 days, the Archon of Shadows would lurch from the dark, jabbing your posture back into right order at first sign of a slouch. As the berries dissolve your motor control, the muscle memories of those 8 miserable days rush in to fill the void. Moments of the past come briefly into view. At first, the figure of Tunon takes shape, followed by faces from your childhood until memories of recent years flood your mind's eye. While the faces come and go, one figure emerges from the noise, unwilling to dissipate into the fog of the past. Remain calm.
Then we have a deal. You'll receive further instructions by way of missive. We will use a plethora of names when writing to you, but you will know us by our seal.
The form of the voices of Narat, Archon of Secrets, congeals from the visions, flipping his scepter as he paces triumphantly. You hear the voices in your head. Of all the people in Terratus, you dream of us? Oh, Archon, you flatter us so. It's almost a shame the Overlord insists we play a game of murder and dominance among the Archons. But such things were inevitable since long before this war. His attention seems directed at Lantry, who appears far younger than you ever remember seeing him, though his white features and wrinkles momentarily flash in and out of view.
5 parts water, 2 parts red grape juice, 1 part ash. I'm still not convinced I can play the part. Considering how insular the school is, I don't see how any will trust me.
Whose vision is this?
I'm seeing my first apprentice. What are you seeing? Oh, wait. Now he's gone. Don't distract me like that. Wait, you already have someone there. How do I meet up with this person?
What did we tell you? Your first objective is to blend into the school. Besides, if our other sage is discovered and you're close, we lose you both. You have so much to learn about this craft.
So how long ago did you and Lantry meet?
We could tell you that, but wouldn't it just be us telling you what you think we think the answer is? Lantry is one of many agents we seeded throughout the tiers years before this war. One can never plan too far in advance.
Sorry, just dealing with
And to answer your question, yes, all will be forgiven.
The Archon passes his scepter from one hand to the next, humming with each toss. All will be forgiven. Those were the words Kairos spoke to us oh so long ago, back when we were I. Resist or serve. They are 2 sides of the same role. Have a very good night, Kree, and thank you very much for hanging out. I may go a little bit longer on this one just because I do feel we're getting kind of close to the end, but we'll see. We'll see. If nothing else, I'll need to take a small break just to catch up, on a couple of time-sensitive things, but I have enough leeway that I think I can I can go a little bit later as long as I take a proper break. Just what will be forgiven exactly?
Forgiven? Wait, just what are you seeing?
That's the problem with pretending to be a confused old man. How do we know when you're genuinely confused?
Yes, my answer is yes.
We're going to have a beautiful future. Serve well, and you just might be a part of it.
The Archon's head spins slowly. Each time its face passes you, the expression on the mask becomes more and more twisted and taut, until at last its features are no longer a face. By now, I ought to have learned to grab a bucket before doing things like this. The vision of Nerat fades into a swirl of flames. Your surroundings ripple, distorted by the heat of a blinding summer day that seems barely tepid to your touch. A new figure emerges from the fire. And it will be the third time I turn you down. Even the youngest scribe learns that repeating a thing does not make it more true. Then what of my plan for a second archive? Pretend I'm wrong. Pretend Kairos isn't coming. A second vault would be rings well spent, considering the school of tides and wild... Who are you? Sage Chiasmus, provost of the school of Ink and Quill. Did you have an audience scheduled? And how did you get in here? Our defenses rival that of even Sentinel Stand Keep, yet you would waste our efforts building for the day they fail. My dear Lantry, stick to your chronicles. Your job is to record our decisions, not decide what the record will be. You know, I hate it when you talk like that. Even the most addled scribe learns that covering your ears and doubting a fact doesn't make it go away. If we surrender before war breaks out, we have a chance to... The enemy needn't muster a single battalion, and you're ready to give up. The very dumbest thing we can do is let the Overlord's reputation undo us without a fight. So long as I am in charge, we will not cower. So I'm seeing your memories. These are some unusual berries. I see now why Lexim's notes mention these berries will probably cause permanent insanity. You think me incautious. You think you're the only sage telling me what must be done, you impertinent little fuck. I know you have others swallowing the lies you ink them. Your absent-minded charade doesn't work on me. You poison their minds against me and have the gall to pretend like you're some well-meaning mentor trying to be the kindly champion of the concerned student. Do you think that I am blind to the Overlord? Because I do not act with your reactionary zeal does not mean that I fail to act at all. We are, of course, taking precautions. A failure to plan is a plan to fail, after all. Now you're just doing it to enrage me. I think I will be alive to record you at the very final provost of the School of Ink and Quill. May Kairos prove me wrong, but this proud school will perish on your tenure. You've spoken about recording, not defining the record. You sound rather political here. I suppose it's not my finest moment of sporting an all-receptive mind, but we're talking about the fall of the whole realm. It seemed worth bending the rules to save it all. If Kairos invades, then we will owe you one big "you were right," and won't that make you feel great? And if Kairos doesn't invade, well then you and everyone in the tiers wins. The Chronicle will note your hubris. Not if an objective chronicler is doing the writing. Your passion and convictions are a troublesome sign for one trusted to observe all things as they are. Perhaps you are not fit for this role. So how did you describe the school's passing in your chronicle? I think I may have touched upon a certain provost being exceptionally daft, but for the sake of history I did emphasize that all of the sages were responsible for the school's collapse. I apologize for even mentioning this matter. I'll take my leave. Always a pleasure, Brother Lantry. Are you seeing my memories? Because it sure felt like Fatebinder Callio was grabbing my crotch, and I would have remembered that. Flames assault your senses, and the vision of the sage changes before your eyes. A second sage stands before you, this one a familiar face, Lexime. Though dressed in the tattered attire you saw her wearing, her features look decades younger, and her face alights with a joy and energy you did not see in the sleepless Lexime of your own memories. Oh no, splay your pointer and lazy finger like so, then do a 2/3 twist. Try to follow along with Lexime's magical gestures. Your hands slowly trace the same patterns, your body still lagging from the berry's debilitating effects. Try as you might, you can't seem to work any magic from the gesture, though you conclude that, in theory at least, she would be casting a simple illumination spell. The last step of her hand gesture is unknown to you, and you are unable to mimic it with certainty. I know you're immune to flattery, but I assure you, you have some sort of natural accent, and I can't replicate it for the life of me. Yes, I'm sure you say that to all the lasses your quill wants to dip, and I'm not some phenom. Hush! Aren't you the one who says Kairos has some shadowy hunter that kills would-be archons? If I'm as special as you insist, you'd best keep your lecture spout shut. Is this memory going where I fear it's going? Depends on how long the memory goes. Once she suggests writing sepia on her back, maybe look away if such things trouble you. Well, considering the Princess of Stalwart has all sorts of eyes and ears across Terratus, if you have it on good authority, it simply must be true. I'm trying to be serious here. When the war starts, field study will get curtailed, and we'll have a fight on our hands we can't survive. I have a few cottages throughout the tiers where we could hide. We could make our way into the mountains, use our magic to hide. This princess term demands an explanation. So it turns out you can convince a lot of dumb people, especially young nobles with more rings than sense, to give those rings to a noble cause. It helps if you can write good letters, but it helps even more if you pretend to be a wealthy and buxom princess of Stalwart. It's such a useful strategy that a lot of sages copied my trick. I want to be here when it happens to chronicle it. I would assume that is what you want as well. She didn't believe you in this memory, but she did flee with her life. You probably swayed her. I don't know if her fate and Bastard's wound was better than dying in the flames, but yes, I see your point. My warnings did have some effect on her. What I want is irrelevant. We'll burn that bridge when we come to it. May it be a long way away. Now, I have some spare sepia, and we have several hours until dinner is served. Shall we?
After all that, I think I need a stiff drink to calm the noises. How are you feeling?
What was it you were hoping to experience?
Well, I don't know what I was expecting, honestly. I think I just wanted to talk to the Lexime I remembered. And I figured that sublime intoxication might help me come to terms with her scheme to corrupt the truth for the greater good, or some such idealism. But I don't need to understand it fully. I just need to accept it.
What happened to your staunch adherence to the truth?
Oh, it's still there. But with the school broken, the Chronicle's reputation for truth is lost. If none will view it with reverence, does the record need to be accurate?
Are you so sure you've never written something down incorrectly or recorded a convincingly told fable?
Every historian grapples with that question. I might pass along bad information without knowing it, but I never intend to immortalize anything but the truth. Or at least, I could say that of myself until recently. Now, I'm guilty of turning a blind eye to Lexime's deceit. I'm disgusted by my actions, and yet, I'd do them all over again. I love Lexime more than I love the Chronicle. That's all there is to it.
I'm sure Lexime will be glad to hear of your decision.
Perhaps, but I'd rather she not know. I don't want to encourage and foster this notion, and if I'm being honest, I can't bear to see her so hapless and feeble. Not again. I want to remember her as I just saw her. Before the lies. I'm disgusted by my actions, and yet I'd do them all over again. I love Lixime more than I love the Chronicle. That's all there is to it.
Ready to keep moving?
Thank you. I think I needed this last interaction with Lixime before I replace her pages in the Chronicle. Well then, enough chatter for now. Let's be on our way.
Sorry, I can't.
I don't think we'll find anything in here, but it doesn't hurt to look. Okay, so third degree will be contingent on call to arms and final judgment. Okay, yeah, so all roads lead to Iron Hearth. I mean, we could technically just go and go straight to Cacophony, but I think it makes sense to visit the... Sorry, I think it makes sense to deal with Graven Ash first. Encounter in Vendrian's Well. The road winds through a narrow ravine. You're considering how it would make an excellent locale for an ambush, even as the bronze-armored soldiers step onto the road before you. You glance back the way you came and confirm your suspicions. The way back is blocked by additional warriors. The soldiers draw blades and bows, faces creased with stress and spotted with dirt. Bandages peek from gaps in ill-maintained armor, and the banner they plant in the soil is more tatters than heraldry. They don't make you wait to learn their intention, however. This is for Apex, Fatebinder, whore of the Overlord. This is for the nation you despoiled and the heroes you murdered. For Vendrian's Well and its guard. Arrows are nocked, their heads glistening with poisoned oil. Prepare to meet the void. Speak to them. Your hands near your weapon, you consider your words carefully. Diffuse the situation. You begin to speak to them with a calming dispassion learned in court when the Oathbreaker hurls a javelin at you. It seems there will be no parley here. I was going to try threatening them, but... Okay, so again, we're surrounded, which is a little inconvenient, but I can make do. Or not.
Sorry. Right.
As you command.
I'm on it.
I got it.
Don't seem to have too much to worry about right now for damage.
Consider it done.
I'll tear your skeleton out.
Okay, I don't know why they all decided to go after Lantry, but that's not a good thing.
Can't move. I'm trapped in place. I got it.
Okay, that is a fun that's a fun ability to look at.
On it.
I'll tear you!
Graven Ash protects.
On my command. That's how it's done.
That's how... You got it.
I got it.
Fall before me!
Okay, so we made it through without too much trouble. But I guess we can go to the... Right, yeah, we're still going to the Ocean Spire because of the research. Oh, we're already researching, so technically wasting time. Let's take a minute here, though. So I don't think any of these are things for me to learn. Cool. I guess this is also the point. Actually, tell you what. Okay, there's a couple things I want to do here. So one, I do have more lore as the Fatebinder, and on top of that, I've got a whole lot of spell slots. So there's a couple things I want to do. One, I want to enhance the sort of the lethality of some of my various skills, as well as maybe adding some new ones. But I do have a couple of time-sensitive things that I need to do basically before midnight, and I have been streaming for almost 4 hours without a break. So I'm gonna have a quick break. I'm going to just get what I need done, and then I will, and I'll try not to make it too much longer, but I'm streaming longer than I had planned, so I do want to make sure that all my stuff gets sorted out before I run out of time. So now would be a good time to get up, have a stretch, maybe get a glass of water, or otherwise take care of yourselves. No promises about finishing the game tonight, but the thing is that I've got a whole big batch of like things to do in one go, right? It's all of the Graven Ash stuff in one go, because that's going to be how we get the Voices of Nerat. So we'll see. I mean, it depends on whether or not I feel that I'm sort of risking a good start to my workday. But yeah, for now, I'm going to get up, and I encourage you all to do the same. I will see you in a bit. Okay, thank you for your patience. Let's see if we can do a little something else with these sigils. So, I think we're as good as we're going to get for... Oh, no, yeah, 75's too much. What I could do, though, if this is about strength, let's knock down the distance. Yeah. So I don't think I can reasonably expect to add any of these others, but... that will definitely help for verse. Now, for the Fate Binder, maybe what I'll do here is I'll strip out the... I'm going to strip out the features. We're going to focus on what matters. So in this case here, the strength is the first priority in all of these cases. Accuracy, I'm not so sure this is the most important for me right now. Recovery is a little more tempting. Armor penetration's definitely a good feature. I don't actually, duration's also good. Okay, I'm starting to get close to my limits here. Spell Surge causes spells to reduce recovery for a short time. That is actually really tempting here, but that pushes that beyond what I can reasonably work with. So what we're going to do here is we'll just see if we can add a simple 10 points. I think we can possibly get away with both. No. I'm okay with this. So I want to do something kind of similar with the fire. So again, I'll strip out the distance. I'm okay with staggering force. Might be able to be willing to do Frostfire here. I like the idea of being able to cast it more frequently, so there we go. Distance. Now I can definitely see Reaching Grasp making sense here. Definitely extend the duration of the effects, and actually chaining seems like a great idea here too. So I basically have another 10 to play with. Recovery is okay. Again, I like the idea of chaining. I like the idea of more strength. Please tell me I did that with the... Yeah, okay. So that gives me basically 15 to work with. So none of these. Yeah, I'll work with that. And in fact, we can use this as the basis for... So the reason I'm using this as the basis for what I'm doing with Lantry is Lantry can go even further. So let's say we'll remove the cyclical energies. So again, the stuff we really want in this case is to extend... Actually, you know what? I'm going to do the extra recovery and the interrupt. For the fire, on the other hand... Frostfire's tempting. Can I get an interrupt too? No. It's one or the other. Although if I get rid of the... Interesting. And then this one's definitely due for an upgrade. So let's raise the intensity. I think the extended range would be nice as well. Definitely extend the effects. I mean, it already interrupts, so at this point maybe we reduce the time it takes. However, I also feel that this is one that I can give to the Fate Binder. So if we just roll this back a bit. So I've got 15 to play with. Now, this concussive bolt. Well, that's that for the Fate Binder, but Lantry, I think we can go a bit further. Dazed isn't as exciting, so we'll definitely add the interrupt to that. I would normally like to extend the range, but in this case, I prefer the effects that this gives me. Okay, so for the Fate Binder, we have one last one. Now, I guess the thing for the Fate Binder is I would prefer, where I can, to use sort of focused intent. Let me just see. Forward path affecting multiple targets or proximate action. Okay, Touch of Atrophy. Yeah, lower might and vitality doesn't strike me as that exciting. Titan's Touch, don't really need to worry about. Although, what does proximate action? Yeah. Basically, I want these to be offensive. So, Sigil of Stone, Flesh to Stone, Petrified, Accuracy, Recovery, Code an enemy in rock and earth, petrifying them. Very inaccurate. Stone Spike. Now, that sounds more like it. So, high intensity, multiple targets. Spell Surge, Piercing, or Volleys. None of those really excite me. Staggering Force it is. Lantry gets one of these, but Lantry's going to get the deluxe version, so longer range. And armor penetration. Okay, let's come up with some freebies for Verse to worry about. That actually is enough, so we'll update the... Well, now, I guess when I'm looking for offensive spells, we can give her Stone Spike, and we just maybe strip out some of the extras. Yeah, so I can't do any interrupt. That'll do. Okay, I'm going to need to do this separately for Verse, looks like. And Barrack can actually use this as well. Need to run away and get some housework finished. Thanks again for the great... No problem, Birdie Lala. And again, thank you for the support with your Prime, and more importantly, the fact that you watched them. So have a great evening. Okay, Taunting Jest. Well, that's definitely one that I want Barrack doing, but I feel like we can do better. First of all, longer duration for sure. I have to roll back on a couple of the features here, I think. Yeah, I definitely value the longer duration more than any of these. So taunting jest it is. Okay, so something for Barrack and Verse to work with. Okay, Spectral Blur isn't the way to do this. Mischievous Mass? Nah. Concussive Bolt versus Weighted Stance. Doesn't give me too much. I mean, extra, you know, maybe a heal for people wouldn't be. Influential Domain, used to create spells that affect all targets within a circular area. So actually, weirdly enough, this seems really good for Verse and... Yeah, okay. Healing Aura. Still too much. Healing Wisps. Yeah, it's really restoring touch that I'm getting here. But you know what? Let's work with this. So, higher intensity. And that's basically it. We'll only have the 5, but I mean, at least it gives a heal to my front line, right? Speaking of, Lantry should probably be getting a boost here. Oh god, yeah, we can just... Yeah, this is as good as I'm gonna get, but Lantry's really my kid in a candy store caster here, so let's see what we can do. Aura of Decay, Withering Cloud. I mean, debuffs aren't going to be a disaster. Giant Boulder. Sure, let's go for that. Knocks people prone, so that's a nice feature. We already did Stone Spike, so... And Flesh to Stone isn't really going to do anything there. I like the idea of Guidance, but Lantry... Well, Lantry is kind of close to the team, I suppose, but I'll see if we can do more. That was Atrophy. Enrage Mind, Taunting Jest, absolutely not. Slumber, or Aura of Fear. Now that actually I can see working. So for this, longer duration, better recovery, longer range. And yeah, Weighted Stance isn't interesting. Well, let's see what Arctic Ground, longer recovery time. Eh. I feel like at this point this is really just about filling in the slots. Okay, so I don't think there'll be that many opportunities to mess around with that in the future. So hopefully that will that'll impose some discipline. Okay, so we are meeting Graven Ash at Ironhearth. Took our sweet time, but of course I finished my items.
On it. Sorry, I can't.
I'm gonna take a quick minute just to see if we've got Akalos over here. I don't think there's gonna be anything new, but welcome back, Fatebinder. Need something from me? Nothing for now. Kind of exhausted the options before, so I won't mess with it any further. I wonder why Stand Together, Stand Tall isn't affecting Lantry. Apparently
Can't
it is.
do that.
Oh, he's just too far away, I guess.
We find ourselves at an impasse. You are no Fatebinder to be shrugged off, dispatched, or underestimated. No, that time is over. You are an Archon.
And you will treat me as such from here on out. I only take orders from Kairos.
Now that you are counted among the Archons, we are indeed equals. But I still require your help in this wretched struggle against the Chorus. That fact has not changed. I cannot pretend to have any ability to compel you, but I hope our alliance is one worth preserving. The voices of Narat must be executed. With his destruction, his leaderless mob will disperse throughout the tiers from which they came, and we will be free to subjugate this lawless realm. I expect nothing less than your report that the Archon of Secrets has been dealt with. Dismissed.
Okay, I just want to mark here that this is something that I'm willing to reload for. So when I say I'd rather deal with you first, General, this is to avoid him giving me orders. However, I do want to deal with the Archon, and I do want to maintain somewhat friendly relations with Ash. The one thing I don't want to do is be ordered by him. So if this starts a battle, I'm going to back it out. But if, on the other hand, this pushes forward, like settling matters with Ash, I'm going to stick with it. I'd rather deal with you first, General.
Yes. I thought we would come to this. I had hoped to avoid the confrontation. Your service to my army has been exemplary, and I hate to lose a friend on the eve of victory. Bow in allegiance to me, and Kairos will be appeased. We can govern this lawless land together, and invite the savages into civilized custom.
I haven't come this far to bend the knee.
I was afraid this would be your temperament, and it saddens me. Power should have humbled you, but it has made you vain. What do you propose, then? We will fight to the death needlessly?
Okay, yeah, so it's going to force the issue one way or the other. So we'll go back to Iron Hearth. We'll deal with the Archon of Secrets, and then we will return to... Well, I guess the question is, do we return to Ash or do we return to Tunon? I guess we should return to Tunon if we've done the...
Yes.
If we've done the job.
Can't do that.
So, yeah, sorry about that. I'm also conscious of the fact that I want to help out Barrick. So maybe there's some justification. I don't know if it matters what order I do this in.
We find ourselves at an impasse. You are no Fatebinder to be shrugged off, dispatched, or underestimated. No, that time is over. You are an Archon.
And you will treat me as such, from here on out. I only take orders from Kairos.
Now that you are counted among the Archons, we are indeed equals. But I still require your help in this wretched struggle against the Chorus. That fact has not changed. I cannot pretend to have any ability to compel you, but I hope our alliance is one worth preserving. The voices of Narat must be executed. With his destruction, his leaderless mob will disperse throughout the tiers from which they came, and we will be free to subjugate this lawless realm. I expect nothing less than your report that the Archon of Secrets has been dealt with. Dismissed.
I will return when the Archon of Secrets is no more. I will confess I'm not crazy about the options that it gives you, because you have asserted yourself as an Archon, but Ash basically ignores the fact that he says that he will treat you treat you more or less as an equal in the very next bit of dialogue. But I mean, it's not something I'm going to fight him over, let's say. So I'm going to take the long way just because we have more Encounter in the Blade Grave. Sunlight struggles to punch through the thick brown clouds, casting long shadows from the jutting spars of warped bronze and iron that mark the Blade Grave. In the hazy distance, you can just make out the squared form of Iron Hearth squatting high on the mountainside. You see the gray smear of smoke against the sky before you reach the fissure. From the lip of the broad gully, you see a handful of what at first glance appear to be bonfires, but from the blackened skeletal limbs protruding from them, you guess that they burn on a fuel of human fat. The flames mark only a few of the bodies, however. Dozens of corpses, perhaps more than a full 100, carpet the land before you. Investigate further. The sickly sweet stench of carrion assaults you as you pick your way into the crevice. From above, the bodies seemed a jumbled motley with no discernible heraldry. You realize why as you make your way among the bodies. Many wear only ratty leathers, only crimson sashes or face paint marking them as conscripts of the Scarlet Chorus. For every 10 to 20 members of the Horde, you locate a brutalized, disfavored legionnaire, their armor rent in a dozen places, their wounds enough to kill each 10 times over. Merciful Kairos, Barrack mutters, kneeling by one of the corpses. He touches one's forehead. Telluria, I almost cannot recognize you, sister. He looks to you. Archon, these soldiers died in service to the Overlord. They deserve better than to be left to the elements. First snorts. You planning on burying them all, big boy? Horde and Furies included? Don't be ridiculous, the Stone Shield answers. Everyone here died sworn to Kairos, right? She crosses her arms. If one deserves burial, don't they all? It seems the disfavored and Scarlet Chorus met in battle here. You suspect that if there were survivors, they belonged to the Chorus. The disfavored would not have left their fellows to rot beneath the open sky. Bury both. It takes hours, but you manage to dig a pair of mass graves, one for each of the two forces. Sweaty, filthy, and sick with the smell of your enterprise, you mark each mound with a set of standards. You leave the Valley of the Dead, your back aching, your resolve bolstered. Can't remember which one I did the infirmary at. I think it was the Dawning Spire. And obviously I'll rest before advancing on Cacophony, seeing as I'm exhausted. You agree to aid Graven Ash and the disfavored against the Scarlet Chorus. Travel to Cacophony to begin the assault. That actually looks like a pretty big battle. Okay, you know what? I'm sorry to choose this so abruptly, but it's almost midnight, and I've been streaming for about an hour and a half longer than... Hey, Vanguard Master. Okay, so now that Vanguard Master's here, I'm going to wrap up, yeah. I've decided that... Yeah, well, I'm already an hour and a half past, so... I think what I'm going to do here, because this is such a big fight, and presumably the Voices of Narat is nowhere to be found in these groups. I mean, maybe I'm wrong in that. Yeah, he's up in the middle here. So yeah, I don't know. I did want to try and push through to the end because it did seem like all of these things would sort of fall one after the other. But if I need to assault Cacophony, then I need to deal with Graven Ash, which is not guaranteed at all. Thank you very much, Algrins. Yeah, no worries. I hope you're spending the time on your game and that it's going well, Vanguard Master. I should mention K-Money 38,000 came by, and he's actually started his Hades stream. So he's a combat designer for People Can Fly, I believe. So that may be of interest to you in terms of his design experience, especially too because he used to be at Harebrained Schemes with Shadowrun, and I think he also worked on BattleTech. Anyways, so yeah, I'm sorry to do this so abruptly, but I'm realizing how much extra time I've put in, and the fact that we've got the assault on Cacophony. I'm going to assume that fighting the Archon of K-Money 38,000. Do you not listen when I introduce game developers? I'll do the shout out here. Yeah, so in this case here, I think the fact that we've got the assault on Cacophony, we've got the... I'm assuming I will not do the boss fight first try. I may have another fight with Graven Ash. Then I need to settle the Barrett quest line. And then I have my Judgment with Tunon. And those are the quests that I have currently available. So, you know, presumably there's something following that. So, you know, all of that's to say that I am willing to say that there's probably enough in this game to merit another stream. Now, I will just clarify for the next little while. What I will do is I was starting to do Cyberpunk on Fridays again. But because I think I could probably wrap this up on Friday's stream, if nothing else, it makes a little more sense to go later. I will try and finish the game this Friday, and then we'll be done. That'll free up the remaining weeks. But next week, we're going to have Thanksgiving on Monday, and then there's the local game dev meetup on Wednesday. So I will not have a stream next week until Friday, basically. So that gives me another reason to try and wrap this all up in reasonably good time. So with that in mind, let's get a quick save in. Like I said, I am sorry to end somewhat abruptly, but I'm just being somewhat conscious of the potential time commitment here. I do see that Will Shand is streaming. He's the best available. Thank you, Algrins, and thank you for the resub. But yeah, Will Shand is the best available, so I'm gonna send you over to him. Just again, a reminder: I will be back on Friday for Tyranny. For those of you who want to watch Tyranny. For those of you who don't want to watch Tyranny, I would wait until next Friday. Well, I guess, sorry, Friday after the next one. Next week's Friday for some more Cyberpunk. And then following that, I need to figure out what I want to do for the next game. I do have some ideas for what that might be. Trying to figure out whether or not another CRPG is in the cards immediately. I suspect not, but I am curious what people might think of a first-person RPG in sort of the, like, Bethesda style, because I've largely done those on, like, standalone VOD, like YouTube stuff. I don't know if they'd be interested in seeing something like that for the stream, so... Anyways, we'll see where it goes. Anyways, enjoy Will Shand's stream, and I will see you all possibly Friday or possibly next week. Until then, take care.